Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I will now ask the committee coordinator to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor DeRuse.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? All right, confirmation of minutes. First, the committee minutes from July the 4th. Are those approved? Carried? And then from the confidential minutes also on July the 4th. Is that carried?
Carried.
All right, let's move to item 4 on the agenda, Finance and Corporate Services. We have items 4.1, the 2023 tax and rate operating and capital budget Q2 status, and 4.2, the proposed 2024 budget directions timeline and consultation process. So we're going to have a presentation on both those items at the same time, and then we will have delegations on the second item, and then questions on both. That's all right with everyone? So I'll turn it over to Cyril for a presentation this morning. Go ahead. Oh, right, sorry. What's that? We have turned the air conditioning on. Okay, we can, sorry, I wasn't thinking about the other items. So let's we can move through a few of these items without, and then come back to those. So 4.3 is the Ottawa Community Ice Partners loan guarantee. Is that carried?
Carried.
Item 5.1 is the Canada Central Business Improvement Area. I understand you're going to speak to that, right? So we'll hold that. Well, we can come back to that. And same with the Heart of Orleans Business Improvement Area. We'll hold 5.3. Item 5.4 is the sale of a portion of 751 Peter Moran Crescent in exchange for lands required for various active transportation connections. Is that carried?
Sure.
Item 5.5 is the application for approval to expropriate lands, Bank Street Rehabilitation Project Phase 1. Is that carried?
Carried.
Item 5.6 is the request to waive market value for 1325 Avenue L. Is that carried? Item 5.7, declaration of surplus land 2690 Paget Road. Is that carried? Item 5.8, declaration of surplus land 2 Pretty Street and transfer to Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. Okay. Hold. Item 5.9 is a delegation of authority to sign mutual agreement for drainage works at 2121 Huntley Road. Is that carried? Okay. All right, so now we'll go back to item 4.1 and 4.2. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I'll just give it a sec for the presentation to load up on screen here. Where's? Thank you. Thank you. So today we're going to give an overview of the Q2 status report and the full year forecast for 2023, in addition to the 2024 budget directions report. So I'm joined by my colleague Suzanne Snob, Manager of Financial Services, Planning and Budgeting, who will also share the presentation with me this morning. So as a reminder, as per the Council 2023-2026 Council Governance Review, Council approved the budget process for each year. Part of that process is directing the Chief Finance Officer and Treasurer to bring forward a report that details the budget timetable and provides budget directions in advance of each yearly budget. In this presentation, we'll provide an overview of the key highlights and recommendations of the directions report and provide an overview of the budget process between now and December. But before we get into the actual presentation, I do want to extend and acknowledge a special thanks to the entire finance team, the entire senior leadership team, and extended management team to date. There's been a tremendous amount of work done so far for the 2024 budget, and that will continue into the next coming months in terms of the tabling and committee review and adoption in December. Next slide, please. And Suzanne will present the slide.
Bonjour. Ce rapport présente les résultats du deuxième trimestre de l'année, y compris une prévision de fin d'année. Il s'agit des budgets de fonctionnement et des immobilisations des programmes financés par les recettes fiscales et les redevances. En plus des résultats, un aperçu des problèmes ou des risques concernés faisant l'objet d'une surveillance et des mises au jour seront fournis dans les rapports subséquents. Les résultats de services de police d'Ottawa, de santé publique Ottawa, de bibliothèque publique d'Ottawa et des services de transport commun sont présentés de façon distincte à leurs conseils et les commissions respectives.
Next slide, please. So before I get into the actual financial numbers, this slide, as if you recall, was presented when we provided an update for our Q1. So this slide provides an overview of the winter weather data that to illustrate the impact on the 2023 budget. The overall Q2 year-to-date deficit is driven by a significant first half of the 2023 winter season, with snowfall and freezing rain events substantially above the 5-year average. The first half of the 2023 winter season saw snow accumulation of 221 centimeters, which was 26% higher than the 5-year average of 175 centimeters, increasing freezing rain hours, which was 73% higher than the 5-year average, and a minor increase in the 1% increase for freeze-thaw cycles. As a reminder, and as we speak to the second half of the presentation, each year during the budget process, we do review and look at the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year average to kind of seasonality out in terms of winter impacts in the weather season. Next slide, please. So on the slide, in the first column, you'll see the Q2 year-to-date numbers. So those are results up to the end of June 30th, year-to-date. Overall, we've seen a $16.8 million deficit. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, the main driver behind this deficit is primarily due to the significant winter season and snowfall and freezing rain events, which was, again, higher than the 5-year average, resulting in approximately $19.7 million overall from the winter operations budget. In 2023, there was additional and continues to be additional Derecho-related cleanup costs, as we previously presented during the 2022 disposition report, that we knew there would be additional costs in this year for Derecho. And there's also additional costs related to the ice storm that was occurred in April. The $1.3 million deficit in legal services is driven by the taxi lawsuit. And these deficits from a Q2 year-to-date perspective were offset with higher investment income in the non-departmental area, as well as discretionary spending freeze and hiring pause across all departments. The next column to your right, we're demonstrating a $6.6 million forecasted deficit to the end of the year. Again, largely driven by the first half of the winter season, mitigated by continued discretionary spending freeze, hiring pause, and additional revenues from mainly investment income in the non-departmental area. Next slide, please. From a rate service perspective, the Q2 year-to-date results show a small surplus of $538K and with a projected year-end surplus of $710K. The main areas of this was related to additional costs related to the emergency response in April flooding or April ice storm and the summer flooding, offset with vacancies, discretionary spending freeze, and increased revenues due to the greater consumption in commercial properties. As we see more and more business return to work, we're seeing the shift in the tiering in the use of water and water consumption, so higher consumption on the commercial level. Next slide, please. I would like now to move into the 2024 budget directions. So the purpose of the budget directions report is to seek committee and council approval for the targeted property tax increase and seek endorsement of the budget strategies outlined in the report, in addition to the proposed timeline, consultation, and engagement process for the tabling, review, and adoption of the 2024 budget. A council-approved direction for predefined tax increases is standard practice in municipal budgeting. It provides strong fiscal discipline and financial management, in which council has played a leading role in the city's approach to fiscal prudence and financial sustainability. This also aligns the council's emphasis on the importance of continuous improvement and the ongoing service review framework and a number of reviews that are ongoing and will be referenced later in the presentation. Strong financial management continues to be a priority for the city, council, and our residents. It's the foundation of our success. Next slide, please. So immediately following the adoption of the 2023 budget in March, staff began a detailed process of laying out the foundation for the 2024 budget process and review. Regular reporting and engagement with all levels of the organization has been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing into the tabling, committee review, and final adoption of the 2024 budget. The budget is driven by strong policies and plans, which have led to our continued financial sustainability. Examples such as our long-range financial plans, our fiscal framework, strategic asset management plans, reserve management policy in 2018 that was developed, and our first long-range financial plan for housing in 2021, which we'll bring back forward later this fall with an updated version of that long-range financial plan. So throughout all this time, staff continues to do reviews of the organization, ensuring our administrative staff as lean as possible and ensure that growth investments are directed to frontline services as a priority. In addition to the formal programs, in order to achieve annual draft budgets that adhere to council directions, the senior leadership team engaged in a vigorous challenge and function, employing numerous mechanisms to identify, strengthen, and achieve efficiency improvements prior to the draft budget being tabled to council. Next slide. I'll pass over to Suzanne.
Afin d'améliorer la participation, les conseillers se sont réunis pour faire un compte rendu du budget de 2023 et tenir des réunions individuelles avec le maire, la directrice municipale et le directeur financier. Les résidents peuvent fournir des commentaires au moyen de sondages, des consultations publiques dirigées par les conseillers et en ligne par Participants Ottawa et sur le site web ottawa.ca. Les améliorations ont été fondées sur les commentaires reçus depuis le budget de 2023. L'objectif est d'améliorer la littératie budgétaire et l'engagement et en éliminant les obstacles à la participation. Une amélioration à noter est la nouvelle apparence de rapport de dépôt de budget de 2024. Next slide, please. Plusieurs examens de services se sont commencés après l'adoption du budget de 2023, comme optimisation de l'utilisation des installations, optimisation de parc de véhicules, occasion des recettes. À ce jour, le personnel évalue actuellement 570 occasions potentielles. Au sujet de l'amélioration en continu, le Conseil a souligné l'importance de ceci lors de précédents processus budgétaires. Mettre l'accent sur l'optimisation, la normalisation et la simplification. Et maximiser la valeur dans 3 domaines principaux: finances, processus opérationnels simplifiés, exploitation des données afin d'améliorer la prise de décision. Next slide, please. Donc, avec une hausse de l'évaluation foncière de 1,5 % et une augmentation des taxes ne dépasse pas 2,5 %, la Ville pourrait rapporter jusqu'à 81,4 millions de dollars de plus en 2024. Sur les 81,4 millions de dollars, sur l'affection au budget au service de police, au service de transport en commun, au service de santé publique, à la bibliothèque publique et aux vérificatrices générales, le reste du budget à allouer aux services municipaux est 49,3 millions de dollars.
Next slide, please. So the proposed 2024 property tax levy is no more than 2.5% and assessment growth of 1.5%, which is based on preliminary impact information. Final tax roll information from impact and assessment data will only be known towards the end of December. As a reminder, in 2023, assessment growth was 2.2%, and this was driven largely by a surge in building permits and prior demand where the market kind of caught up to the growth and came online in 2022, which was one of the largest assessment growths that we had seen in recent history from an assessment growth perspective. It's key to highlight in the slide that there's a number of other factors when you compare the year-over-year changes from assessment growth and the tax levy increase. Although there's a reduction in the property tax levy driven by the assessment growth, there are three substantial factors that need to be considered. $5.7 million of additional base tax revenue, which was communicated in April through the 2023 tax policy report. At the time, it was recommended and approved and allocated to the tax stabilization reserve. This is incremental base taxation revenue that has not been allocated to operations, which we're recommending to bring that money into operations for the operating budget. As well, in 2023, the capital CPI was 6.33%. Current projections is sitting around 3%, but continued projections to hit around 2% throughout 2024. So from a comparison from a 6.3 to a 3%, which we're factoring today for estimates, that's a reduction in the $4.2 million pressure when you compare the pressure that was in front of us for the 2023 budget. The other substantial change from the 2023 to 2024 budget build perspective is the cost of fuel. So we do edge our contracts. We enter into edge contracts for our fuel. And right now, currently, our contracts are yielding an 8% savings in 2024 versus 2023. So from a year-over-year perspective, that reduces pressure from a $3.5 million when you compare it to the pressure that we had to deal with in 2023. So again, those three components are significant changes that we do not have to face as we build the 2024 budget that we were challenged with in the 2023 budget process. It's also important to note that what you see in front of you is just a tax levy increase component. It does not factor in any user fee increases, additional revenues that we're reviewing through the service review, expenditure savings through the service review, or the multitude of continuous improvements that we're looking for as well. All that information will be presented and be detailed in the table draft budget in November. Next slide, please. So input and feedback is integral to the development of the city's budget. Providing feedback to the budget process can be done at any time throughout the year. It's not restricted to what we would table as the budget hot season, which starts today into the fall. There's various opportunities for residents to provide feedback through the ward councilors, reports at committee, engage Ottawa, various other mechanisms that they can have input into the budget process. Again, this year, the city will be using a multitude of methods to engage with residents on the 2024 budget. Staff are here to support councilor-led consultations, virtual or in person. Engagement and consultations will continue now and into December. The draft 2024 budget will be tabled on November 8th with committee and commission and board reviews throughout November and into December with final adoption scheduled for December 6th, 2023. This is the end of our presentation, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you both. So we will receive the delegations now, and then we'll open it up to get questions on both parts of the presentation. There are no delegations on 4.1, so we'll move to the delegations on item 4.2. And the first delegation is from Alex Cullen of the Federation of Citizens Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of Finance and Economic Development Committee. My name is Alex Cullen. I am the past president of the FCA, and I'm here on behalf of the FCA to speak to this issue of the budget directions. We're speaking to the budget direction document with respect to the city's insurance program that supports community activities such as community outdoor rinks, community gardens, and other activities. We do so in light of the May 26 memo to City Council from David White, the city solicitor, identifying the CPIP as a budget pressure for 2024. This is not a large program in the city's budget, running around $250,000 a year, but certainly an important program for community associations. Some of you may recall that we first appeared before Community and Protective Services Committee in November 2021 to raise the issue of the uneven playing field for city insurance for community outdoor rinks, as some community groups were covered and others were not, particularly those communities in proposed rise in insurance deductible to be borne by community groups from $500 to then $2,500. Committee directed staff to review the CPIP to eliminate the inequity in coverage and to consult with community groups. The insurance deductible was later reset at $500. In May 2022, staff did submit a report on the CPIP to FEDCO as directed. However, there was no consultation with community groups. FEDCO referred the report without recommendation to City Council to the May meeting of City Council, and City Council did not accept the recommendations of the report and directed staff to consult with community groups. Aside from a questionnaire posted on Engage Ottawa, there has been no consultation with community groups, despite our repeated requests for this. We even asked to meet with the mayor on this topic, but have obtained no response. The May 26 White Memo still speaks of the fixed program providing city insurance to 153 community groups, and a separate open program where community groups can obtain insurance. Those who are not on the fixed program, they can obtain insurance at their own cost. That includes the new communities in the new neighborhoods. Our understanding from November 2021 was that this two-tier system of providing city insurance was to end. There are about 30 community groups paying market insurance rates for providing the same services as those under the city's fixed program. This is clearly unfair and should end. As well, the deductible for community groups participating in the CPIP is to increase from $500 to $1,000. Most community groups do not have this money. We are volunteer-based, nonprofit, and this has caused a number of community groups to reconsider providing these activities so that many of you as city councillors do like to attend. We are aware that the cost of the CPIP program is indeed a budget pressure, but as mentioned earlier, this is a modest program that has cost the city about $250,000 annually. Claims here are few. Our ask today is twofold. First, to be consulted on the development of the CPIP report the staff is preparing for the 2024 budget. And second, that any increased insurance costs not be passed on to community groups. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here, Mr. Cullen. This has been a long-standing issue, and I know you've been on it for a while now. I guess if you could just succinctly outline for this committee what the remaining issues are. What is the big concern from an average community association that might not be covered under what they would have previously been covered for with the city's insurance program? If you could just spell that out for people to highlight why it's such a concern for the FCA.
Yeah, there are three points. The first is the uneven playing field, that why some community associations running a community rink have to pay market rate and their neighboring community or somewhere else in the city is covered by the city's insurance program. That's just clearly not fair. It's a legacy item from the amalgamation. So that needs to be addressed. And we thought it was addressed. The second issue deals with deductible. Deductible is a cost to community groups. And $500, okay, that looks after the minor claims. If there are any claims, there are quite few claims. But when you're talking $1,000, most community groups will say, oh, we don't have that money. Should we engage in this program? Should we do this community garden? Should we do this outdoor ring? Should we run the field house on behalf of the city? Which is what we do. We provide the volunteers that run these programs. So that creates a chill. And the third is, we talked about outdoor rinks, we talked about community gardens, but there's a whole host of other unresolved issues when communities hold activities that we don't have a clear policy for. And we just want to talk to the city to understand what are the do's and don'ts, what we can do, what we can't do, what we can work out an arrangement. For example, winter carnivals got approved in the last go-round on a case-by-case basis. You had to go and talk to Recreation and Parks, not the city solicitor, to get approval. The city staff were very accommodating, good for them. But these are the kind of things that we have to deal with. So those three items, the uneven playing field, the deductibles, and the rest of the dog's breakfast called insurance for community activities.
Okay, thanks very much for that. That is very succinct. And Mayor, I'll pass it to Councillor Johnson, who I know has been working hard on this issue.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for being here this morning, Alex, and I really appreciate your persistence in this issue. I really do. I was hoping that you might be able to describe for us when you say, that the previous direction was to consult with community and you received that Engage Ottawa survey as a result. Can you describe for us what your expectations are, what the expectations are of the FCA for that more fulsome conversation about the options in front of them? Could you describe for this committee what that expectation is?
So, Councillor, as you may recall, at one time I held a seat on City Council, and I've been involved in consultations with all kinds of parties coming to speak to the city about all kinds of issues. And basically, it is a face-to-face meeting with city staff to go over the issues, find out their constraints, have them learn about our environment, see what we can work out. Are there modifications that we can live with, they can live with, find out the areas that they have to go back to council for direction, so that at least we're prepared to say, yeah, we'd like that, or we want more of this, less of that. Have that conversation. Unfortunately, we have not had that, despite council's efforts.
Thank you for that description. I think that's something that we should be working towards having accommodated. And I also wanted to raise, an echo for what you said in terms of the Parks Department. I have found that department to be very forthcoming in trying to resolve these issues. And I'd like to thank Dan Chenier for his leadership there. Okay, I'll turn it to my colleagues and I'll have questions for staff after. Thank you.
And if I can just follow up, this is one of the problems of dealing with this issue. The operations people are in Parks and Rec, and they are very accommodating. The people who run the budget are in the legal department, and they just, do their job running the budget. It is two different kingdoms, and it's very frustrating that we can't get a full conversation going between those parties.
All right, Councillor Luloff.
Thanks very much for your deputation today, Mr. Cullen. What are other Canadian municipalities doing about this issue?
I can't answer that. All I know is that this program has been in place now for 23 years since amalgamation. It actually predates amalgamation. The different municipalities prior to amalgamation had different sorts of programs that had to be merged in the year 2000. So until recently, the pressure from COVID and the impact it had on insurance rates, this wasn't much of an issue except for the part of the growing communities in your ward, in Orleans, Barrhaven, Riverside South out in Canada, because those communities were coming on stream and they were new to the game. Now they're finding out that there's a two-tier system. But I can't speak to the other municipalities. Some, I'm sure, are more generous than others. But this is a program that's been in place for decades in Ottawa.
But I mean, you are aware that we are the only municipality that provides this service in Canada.
I'm not aware of that, but I do welcome, as all my members do, every one of you when you attend our activities. This has been supported politically, council after council after council. And think of it, you are leveraging volunteer activity that benefits the community. These are people working for free. If we are faced with financial barriers, then these communities can't do these things, and the quality of life deteriorates, and you don't get to visit the Winter Carnival.
No, I totally understand. It's difficult, when we get a new insurance company on board to maintain the rates that we've had with a long-standing insurer. So it's a bit more complicated, I think, than we're letting on today. But this may be an opportunity for the FCM to come together, and pool risk across community associations across Canada, which would be a much larger risk pool than just the community associations here in Ottawa. You might be able to get a better rate. It's an option. Just wanted to put that on the table for you, Alex.
It would be lovely to chat with your FCM representative on this. I'm not sure. He may want to speak to this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for your delegation today. It has been incredibly frustrating to try to get members of the community who are familiar with these issues in front of city staff to sit down and talk. I am very much hoping that today's meeting is going to be the spur to finally getting that done. Just for the sake of members of the public, for the press who are here, what are the kinds of activities that are affected by the insurance issue? And what is the interaction between permission to run a community event and insurance?
Right. So there's a range. The most obvious one are the community outdoor rinks. This does involve an agreement between the rink operator, it's usually a community group, and the city. So the city does set down criteria that the community group must meet. So that's straightforward. Community gardens, much the same thing. There are other activities such as field houses, some city grounds supporting a park where the community is undertaken to provide support for that activity, and it is third-party coverage. Right? We're not talking about personal insurance. We're talking about a third-party coverage so that if someone is on a rink and has an accident, that the community association is covered by the city's insurance. So it is a range. The most obvious, as I said, was the community outdoor rinks, but community gardens. There is an issue with winter trails, for example, because they have an arrangement with the city, a contract with the city to provide a service. They do get some funding, but they have to raise their own money outside from the market. And I'm aware of field houses. I think you have other delegations that will speak to it later on the agenda. Certainly, you are familiar with Champlain Park and the number of activities they look after and require city insurance for. And Lynn Banke will tell you it's a dog's breakfast.
I think a community association would need proof of insurance. I can't remember if it's $1 million
Yes.
or $2 million of liability to book a park to run an outdoor craft fair.
That is correct.
They need insurance in order to be able to run a street hockey tournament. All of these activities require expensive insurance, and that is looking tentative moving forward, and I'm hoping that we can solve that. Alex, thank you for your delegation today.
And I just want to remind folks, this is a very, very minor program. It's less than $250,000 we're talking about here. I think you have bigger fish to fry elsewhere in the city, but for community associations, it's a deal breaker. For our financial resources can't accommodate these shifts in insurance demands, and we are looking for the city to help us out.
Have you ever calculated the amounts the labor would be worth that go into the craft fairs and the street hockey tournaments and the winter carnivals, all of it free from people who are trying to improve the quality of life in their neighborhood? Does that,
Well, that would be a project. That would be in the millions for sure.
Thank you for your time, Alex. Have a good, have a great day. Yeah, have a great day.
Yes, I'll try, but I'm waiting for the result of this meeting.
Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you very much today for your delegation. I appreciate it. And I wish FCM could do something like this. We're really honing in on housing, and as you know, insurance is provincial. So, but you do have your AMO rep here too that could certainly speak to 444 municipalities. I think we have a housing crisis. That being said, I completely agree. I love community associations. How did we get in this pickle? Because this happened before 2010. Can you give us a small history lesson on why previous councils voted to break this the way it did and how it all went down?
So at amalgamation, the whole issue of insurance for, and I'll use community outdoor rinks because it's the most visible program. All these issues came to the new council, and I was a member of that new council. And at the time, staff recommended, no, we have all these different programs, jettison the program. And council at the time said, no, this is very valuable to the community, small bucks to the city. We're going to continue the program and revisit it. So they capped it at around, I think it was 200 communities at the time, amalgamation, and council vowed to come back to it. Well, council never did come back to it. And over time, community associations come and go. Some of the community rinks weren't renewed, but the city grew. And so 2 years ago, we at the FCA, we started hearing complaints from Greater Avalon, from City View, from other community groups that weren't in the legacy program, what's now called the fixed program, saying, how come we have to pay full freight when we're doing the same thing that everyone else does? And well, we didn't have an answer for that. So we came to Community Protective Service Committee, and Councillor Luloff was president or chair of that committee. And he agreed with us that this was indeed unfair, that to have such a two-tiered system. And that's where the direction was given to staff to revisit the program and eliminate the two-tier and consult with communities. Well, here we are today, still with two-tier, no consultation, and a problem. And COVID, unfortunately, impacted the insurance system. And all insurance rates went up. And that's a big issue for those who are out on the market trying to obtain insurance. And do they have the money to do that? And some community groups even obtained project funding from the city, which required insurance and had to give up the project funding. And I'm thinking of City View in particular, because they couldn't obtain the insurance. They couldn't afford the insurance. Well, this is crazy. So it needs a look. It needs to be reset. We understand that. We certainly adhere to the principle that staff enunciated in their original report, that there needs to be a relationship, a city sanctioned, a relationship between the city and the organization. That's fine. Not a problem there. We're not going to do bouncy councils if the city doesn't want to do bouncy councils.
Sorry, Alex. I'm cognizant of people's time, and we have lots of delegations.
All right.
Back into the time
an
machine.
open-ended question.
Well, not really. What year did that take place, and how did you vote on that as a councillor?
In 2000, I voted to maintain the program and revisit later.
Okay,
that was
good.
2000.
Well, there's a terrific councillor in the area. I'm sure that we'll be fighting for it right now, and we'll see where we can get to.
All terrific councillors. We hope we all vote for it.
Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Let's move to the next delegation on item 4.2, which is from Emma Bider. Whenever.
There's no sound here. Where's the sound?
Can I start speaking again? Okay. Oh, okay. Can I continue? Is that all right?
Are we okay now? We're good?
Great.
Okay,
Okay.
please start over. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Well, I'll just start and say that, start from where I was mentioning that we pay around $5,700 for insurance and gas for our car. And that money would be great to go into renovations because we recently experienced the flash floods and our basement flooded. So we have to redo all of our floors. In addition, I am really concerned about climate change. I would love not to have emissions or have that be part of my personal footprint. I know that realistically, not going to make a big difference, but when I sometimes feel like City Council could be bolder in implementing its energy evolution plan, at least the idea of getting rid of my car gives me a sense of agency over a deeply concerning issue that is affecting my house and my life in lots of different ways. I would love to take city transit as my primary option for transportation. I would love for that to be a choice, but realistically, it's not. My mother-in-law lives in Orleans. If I wanted to go visit her on the weekend, it would take me a total of 3 hours and 3 transfers to get there. That's 40 kilometers. If I miss a bus or if a bus, because it's late or early, if it's canceled, I don't have 15 minutes or half an hour in my day to wait for the next one. I, like all of you, have many obligations.
many things to do in my busy day, and it requires efficient, reliable, and frequent transit. So I already feel like my choice or my desire to be car-free can't happen. And if fares are raised and if routes are cut, this dream will just be farther away. It will force me, in fact, to use my car more. It will force me to pay more for parking, pay more for gas. It will force me to use rideshare companies that are picking up on the city's missed opportunity for not having, putting investment into a more robust transit system. And Uber doesn't need the city of Ottawa's help in making profits. I don't want to use them. I would much rather pay for a reliable, frequent transit system than pay for Ubers. There is a straightforward option. I know it's probably not going to sound great to all of you, but the straightforward option is to increase property taxes beyond this 2.5%. And I will explain why. It is quite simply because I already feel like I am paying an additional tax to live in Ottawa, and that is a car tax. Because the money I put into my car is the equivalent of a 125% increase in my property taxes. And keep in mind, I don't have car payments. The average person in Ontario who has car payments is paying $7,800 a year just on car payments. That's not counting insurance, that's not counting gas. That is a huge amount of money that they are spending on their car that they shouldn't have to. And comparatively to even a 3.5 or a 4.5% increase in property taxes, like the total for 2.5% is $113 on my annual property taxes. Compared to $5,700, that is just ridiculous. I don't want to pay the car tax anymore. I want investments in our transit. I want money going into a more frequent and reliable transit system, and I am happy to pay for that. And even if someone is not in the city, they care about their car, they love it, they think it's part of themselves, even if they're able to use transit to pay one time less to fill up for gas in a month, that will be money that they are saving. Even if they are in rural areas and they can't use transit, they will be better served by less traffic and less wear and tear on roads because there are fewer cars using it. In short, I would ask that you please consider budget options that gives me back the choice to have multiple different types of transit options in the city, and that gets rid of the car tax for living in my hometown, because I don't want to pay it anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome to stay just if there are any questions for you.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and thanks for your fantastic delegation. I think you succinctly laid it out in terms of the extra taxes on residents when we don't invest in our services. So I appreciate that. One question is around the 2.5% increase on transit fares versus a freeze for transit fares, which I assume you're advocating for. Last year, council froze transit fares in the first year, despite that we still have some of the highest cash fares in North America, but we did freeze them last year. Is your ask of us today to freeze fares again in this budget cycle? Is that what you're asking us to do?
Yes, I find it unappealing to pay more for a service that is not very good.
Okay. Well, given our ridership right now, I understand where you're coming from and how, obviously there's elasticity of demand based on prices. And so, you can't increase fares and then have a bunch of more people taking the bus or train. So,
well, if I may, I actually think it's not quite as simple as just fares. The reason people don't take OC Transpo is they don't trust it. My husband actually did a PhD on why people use cars in Ottawa. And the primary reason is that they do not trust that transit will get them where they need to go when they need it. So ultimately the price, like if you made it free, so completely hypothetically, there are some people who still would not use it because they don't trust that it will get them where they need to go. So it's not just a price issue.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the service is an issue, and that's probably the biggest issue. But we often hear that people say, well, don't reduce the cost, just make the service better, but then we don't get better service. So that's the issue that we're seeing with those arguments often around here. So really appreciate your delegation, and thanks for coming up.
Okay, thank you. Next delegation is from Robin Brown.
As will come as no surprise to any of you, I'm here to speak to the recommended increase in the police services levy. And just to be clear, I'm not here because I think anything I say might stop most of you from ultimately recommending council approve the increase and yet another multi-million-dollar police budget increase. You will do that since only a small minority of you make evidence-based decisions about the police budget. And we appreciate those of you who have the courage to do so. But you will continue to be outvoted by those who don't. So I'm here simply to provide evidence that most of you will ignore, as you consistently do, but it will be on the record. So as groups use increasingly militant tactics to stop the harm you're enabling, you won't be able to say you didn't know what we were doing. The evidence I'm going to share is directly related to the recommendation that the Police Services Board develop their draft budget based on a maximum 2.5% police services levy increase. And everything I will share is directly related to the process the Police Services Board uses to produce the budget it recommends to council. I'm saying this because the last time I attempted to speak at a city council committee meeting, I was accused of being off topic and not allowed to finish, and I'd like to avoid that happening again. The first thing I want to point out is how the process actually works. The Police Services Board doesn't actually develop a draft budget. The Ottawa Police Service does and submits it to the board. That for the last 4 years has approved every penny the police have asked for, with one exception. In 2021, following much pressure and the work of Councillor King when he was on the police board, the board recommended council give the police $3 million less, than they asked for, which council approved. So first, recommending no more than a 2.5% increase in the police services levy has led to annual increases in the police budget of between $11 million and $15 million over the last 4 years. Second, the Police Services Board is supposed to provide council with recommendations based on effective public consultation, but the board hasn't done this for years. For the last 4 years, successive boards have led or hired someone else to lead ineffective consultations, and this year is no exception. Actually, there is something exceptional about this year, and that is the chair of the Police Services Board, Dr. Gail Beck, releasing a document on the consultations she personally led to, quote, gather feedback to inform the board's 2023-2026 strategic plan, unquote. And gather feedback she did, as the document says that one of the themes that emerged from Beck's consultations was a desire for, quote, increased visibility of police in the community outside of enforcement activities, unquote. But here's the problem. The document, like all consultation report documents produced by the board and the Ottawa Police Service, doesn't provide separate answers from the groups most negatively affected by policing, Black and Indigenous people. And this is in stark contrast to the Ottawa Carleton District School Board that has all its identity and race-based data easily accessible on its website, where you can see what Black and Indigenous students say about their school environment. Furthermore, successive police boards have imposed ever-increasing restrictions on public delegations at meetings, which has led to no oral public delegations like this at the board's last 3 meetings. The board has justified limiting public delegations, saying it allows them to complete the board's important work. Really? Let me finish by citing an example of the important work they're doing. At its May 1st meeting, the Ottawa Police Services Board Policy and Governance Committee, including Mayor Sutcliffe, voted on whether to address or dismiss a motion tabled by former board chair, Councillor Diane Deans, that called for the engagement with the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition and other potential Indigenous groups to identify the Indigenous Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action that apply to both the OPSB and the OPS. They voted unanimously to dismiss the motion, but only after doing a land acknowledgement like the mayor did today. And earlier this year, the entire board voted on another motion by the previous board for the Ottawa Police Service to review its use of force. They voted to accept that motion, but only for information, and we've heard nothing since. And this is despite the fact that the OPS's own data confirms they're still using force disproportionately on Black, Indigenous, and Middle Eastern people. This is the work the board is doing in the absence of essential public input. And this will lead them to recommend that you and your council colleagues approve yet another multi-million-dollar budget increase without evidence, without effective consultation, and as usual, without shame, but not without consequences. That's why on August 9th, the 613-819 Black Hub and other community groups filed a lawsuit against the Ottawa Police Services Board for violating our right to freedom of expression. We will not be silenced, and Mayor and Councillor Curry and Councillor Kerr are now officially defendants. Thank you.
Councillor Luloff?
At the beginning of your delegation today, you alluded to using more militant tactics in the future. Would you care to enlighten us as to what those militant tactics will look like?
I would not.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Next delegation is from Sam Hirsch. I believe that's online. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi there, can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, okay, thanks. Hi, bonjour. I'm here today to speak about the budget directions report that's before us today, and I'm asking the members of this council and this committee to have some vision and imagination for this year's budget. We have once again a document that asks our council to engage in another exercise of austerity, calling for others to pay more. For example, renters, those who take transit, those who use recreation centers, so others can pay less, i.e. those fortunate enough to own property. Something that's been tried for years and years, decades and decades, while never leaving our city better off, and a practice that is ultimately unsustainable. One must just look at our history as recently as 15 years ago, or 15 years or so ago, when Larry O'Brien said he was going to refuse to raise taxes, only having, to eventually be forced to raise property taxes by 5% in the years that followed his promise, going to show that taxpayers will eventually have to make up for the shortfall in revenue. Mayor, you are only just slowing down the inevitable while ensuring that our city services continue to suffer the brunt of it. But let's talk about what I was talking about earlier, vision, something that's sorely lacking around this table. The only solution that seems to be uttered is more service cuts to save money. But what about having some creativity and looking just a couple of hours west of here? In the city of Toronto, newly elected Mayor Olivia Chow and her executive council approved new revenue generating tools to ensure services aren't cut that don't only raise more money, but also takes the ease off property owners. Property taxes account for almost 50% of all revenue in the city. Well, with the new parking levy, sales tax, and hike in the vacant unit tax, the city of Toronto will generate millions in revenue to maintain city services, which are all things we can very well do. While this report suggests residents to, for example, pay more for a transit system that barely even works, which is quite frankly insulting to the average transit rider, as we heard earlier in Delegate Emma Bider's delegation, and taxpayer who paid for this system. I could say that if this council wasn't raising property taxes, at least they're coming up with new revenue generating tools, but you aren't even doing that in this report. And for every budget that you don't, our services deteriorate a little bit more. A little creativity and vision can go a long way, but you instead decide to take the, quote, simpler way out to destroy our transit system that has a massive hole in it. Without new revenue generating tools or an increase in property taxes, that hole will only continue to grow again. Mayor Sutcliffe and Chair Gower, you are only leading us closer to the inevitable. And don't get me wrong, I support asking for operational dollars from the provincial government. But everyone around this table knows as well as I do that that money is not going to come from the provincial government, just as it didn't come last year. At a certain point, you only have yourself to blame, and we have unfortunately come to that point, I believe. But if we bring in new tools, we can fill that hole. It's simple math. Outside of that, though, is obviously the question of prioritizing funding, because we know that this isn't only about generating more revenue, but how our city spends their existing revenue. For example, our city could reallocate funding for mode widening or expansions to fill the hole in our transit budget, as community groups asked for earlier this year. That's in crisis, but chooses not to. Instead, there is a note in here asking council to raise fares and optimize routes, which, let's face it, are cuts, despite what Chair Gower might say in the press. Our city could put more money towards mitigating the effects of climate change, like ensure pools and beaches are open for longer hours so residents could stay cool during the heat wave we're facing in the week to come, for example, but it's choosing to instead invest millions in increasing an already bloated police budget that no one is really able to criticize because participation, as the previous delegate said, has been heavily limited at the Police Services Board. The province not giving our city enough funding for multiple things is hurting us. It's true. But our city can also spend our money better instead of actively choosing to make the lives of residents more difficult. Again, at a certain point, you're the problem. So I would plead with members of this committee to not plunge our city even further into financial disarray and deficit or residents into suffering by rejecting this report and coming back to the table with something that actually benefits all residents, not just a certain sector of the city. the election campaign finished almost a year ago, and now we need a budget for all of Ottawa. Thank you very much.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Sam, thank you very much for your delegation. I have a significant sympathy for most of what you're saying, obviously. I think it's important to note that the City of Toronto does not have a sales tax. Just a bit of nuance in your comments. They're looking at it. It's been suggested, but certainly the Premier has made his thoughts clear on whether or not he's going to give Toronto that tool. Frankly, I suggest that they probably won't. But I did want to ask you about municipal sales taxes. We see that for free transit in many of the medium-sized and smaller markets in the United States, that often those are supported by sales taxes. The knock against them is that they are highly regressive. I know your politics, and I'm just wondering how you react to the suggestion that implementing a sales tax to offset municipal operational deficits is actually counter-progressive because it is such a regressive form of taxation.
It's a good question. I mean, I think what I would simply say is that, at least the City of Toronto is looking at new ways of generating revenue, and that was sort of more my point, I suppose. Rather than saying I put my full-fledged support behind a municipal sales tax. But I do think that, there's things to look at, like a raise in the vacant unit tax, for example, that has as we've seen in reports, generated about $10 million, as some around this table have said. And also, things like I said, parking levy. I think there's a lot of different things that the city could be looking at, but instead of looking at different ways to generate revenue or to increase property taxes, we're instead looking at service cuts and raising transit fares, which will only lead to more suffering and decreased ridership. So there's a lot of things the city could be doing and isn't, and that is sort of more the point I wanted to raise.
Yep. I'm assuming you would agree that we should be looking not at what the rate of municipal increase is. So we're probably today going to vote to cap the budget at an increase of 2.5%. Not sure why that's the right number, but 2.5%. Every 1% increase in taxation brings in $20.5 million. A 4% tax increase would allow us to cover and more the operational deficit, and that would cost less than $100 per year to the average household in Ottawa. So I ask that very rhetorically, that I assume that you would agree that we should be focused on the actual cost, not arbitrary numbers when we're setting the tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to be too whatever, but I do think this is the 2.5% is an arbitrary number, and I understand that Mayor Sutcliffe committed to a number during the election campaign, but like I said, we're not in an election anymore. There's a city budget and city services that are in serious disarray, that are in serious deficit and serious problem. And again, I don't think the provincial government is going to come to us with the funding that we want. And at a certain point, we can't pretend like that's going to happen, and we can't pretend, like we're appeasing some people over appeasing others, because property people who own property aren't the only people who pay taxes and extra fees. Raising transit fares are also a tax on people who take transit, or people who are who are worse off. So we have to think of it that way. And again, we don't want to be in a situation where like it happened under Larry O'Brien, that you raise the property taxes a huge amount later on to pay for other things. So I mean, and I think that might be the situation that we're in. So I would certainly agree with you, Councillor Leeper, as is no surprise. I think in absence of provincial action, the city needs to take significant action, and right now this report doesn't do that.
Sam, thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Just before we move on, just a question for staff, just to clarify, just to be clear that I understand that delegate's point was not about specific measures, but we do not have the same authority to introduce other revenue tools that the city of Toronto does. Is that correct? They're governed under a different act that allows them to have, for example, a land transfer tax that we're not allowed to do, among others, right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So of the 44 municipalities, 443 are governed by the municipal act, and then there's one Toronto, the Toronto Act. So the Toronto Act does give Toronto additional powers to impose additional taxes that the other municipalities do not have the authority to do so.
Thank you.
If I may just, Mayor, if you'll allow me to just make a final point, I just, again, my point wasn't necessarily that there are certainly different things that Toronto has a jurisdiction to do, but, there are things that we could do, like, again, raising parking levy, raising certain fees on things that we're not, and could lower other fees like recreation fees and transit fares, et cetera. So that was the only point I wanted to make.
And I'm just clarifying for anybody watching that not all of the tools that Toronto has at its disposal are available to the city of Ottawa. We can't just vote to do that on our own.
But you could look at it. You could look into it.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next delegation. Nicholas Charles Song.
Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to share some personal experiences and how that might help you to consider what you fund with this next budget. Yeah, I've experiences with the Ottawa Police. One day biking home, I was yelled at for taking up too much space in the road. I was kind of not hugging the shoulder because the lane was narrow and cars were passing very fast. It was on Maitland crossing over the highway. And I told the officer I didn't feel safe biking close up to the shoulder. And he said, if you don't feel safe, you should take the bus instead. I don't know what to tell you. So that kind of shows, yeah, in Canada, almost 2,000 people a year are killed by cars. So I think might be something for the police to take seriously. But it seems from that interaction that safety, especially of vulnerable road users, is not a priority for the Ottawa Police. So at the same time as we're funding the police more and cutting transit funding, kind of seems like getting more drivers off the road, which would make my commute to work every day safer and also help out people a lot, would be might be better to fund the transit and not the police as much. Although I do also have I've had good experiences with the Ottawa Police as well. Yeah, another thing I want to share is I'm from Niagara, where transit has completely failed the poor in our community. My parents are constantly driving around, family and friends from church. There's one family in particular that live in public housing, and their oldest child hasn't graduated high school, but I think he's kind of given up on that. And it's just very sad to see the suffering and hardship and just how much harder their lives are, because it's impossible for them to function in Niagara without a car. And it'd be great if we could try to help the poor in our community and just make everyone's lives better by funding transit. And especially for him, he's at risk of probably getting involved in crime or that kind of thing without a high school degree and without really access to entertainment or anything fun you can do without having a car. And obviously they can't afford a car. So he kind of really relies on people from our church to drive him around whenever he wants to do anything. He got a job for a bit, but he couldn't really get there on his own. So my mom had to drive him all the time, and it fell through in the end. Yeah, that's all I had. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much for your delegation today. My name is Lane. I'm the counselor for College Ward. So that overpass at Maitland is within College Ward. I share it with Bay Ward. Teresa Kavanaugh is also on the call, so we know that area quite well. My family's also from Niagara, so I feel like we're firing on all cylinders here. We probably have family in common. I really appreciated your delegation because the way that you were able to create that intersectionality between so many issues like enforcement, street design, density in our neighborhoods and car usage. It really exemplifies the complexity of decision making that has to come through a budget. So given that the police budget is assigned by the Police Services Board and under the Police Act and so on. Within the City of Ottawa's purview, when you describe those types of investments that you'd like to see, you mentioned transit, but you also mentioned road safety and vulnerable road users. Could you describe for me what kind of interventions you'd like to see within that scope? Are there road designs that you'd like to see or protections that you'd like to experience in your neighborhood?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of very busy roads in Ottawa that I see people trying to bike on that have no protected cycling infrastructure. They don't even have painted bike lanes, a lot of them. Like Maitland, for example, there's really nothing over the highway. And that's one of the only ways to cross the highway, which is a really big barrier in Nepean. So yeah, protected bike infrastructure, a lot more traffic calming. There's all these signs in Nepean that say traffic calm neighborhood, but then the roads are super wide. There's no sidewalks, cars. There's nothing really to slow down the cars except for a few flex posts, and they take those out in the winter. And especially there's a school right by where I used to live in Nepean. Be nice to put in a modal filter there so you don't get through traffic there. You'd only get people going to their houses and dropping off kids from school, because there's no need to have through traffic right past a school, especially when there's tons of other roads around that they could be taking. Traffic calming, better cycling infrastructure, and
Thank you for that. I appreciate your time and your suggestions that way. Right now, traffic calming is controlled by a separate budget that's under each one of our councillors, but certainly as part of our budget conversations, we are hoping to expand the ways in which we can increase traffic calming in our older neighborhoods that aren't designed to more modern specifications. So thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicholas, for coming out today. Notwithstanding the police being incorrect, that you are a vehicle when you are on the road, and you must share it with cars, and that, frankly, was problematic. What they said to you, and I'm concerned about that. But it speaks to a bigger budget item, and that is having cycle lanes and making that a priority, because people like yourself are using these main roads to get around, and you can't always take routes that take you further away. You need to get places directly. Councillor Johnson and I are working on making Maitland more accessible, and that means working with the MTO, that is the provincial government, because they control the bridges, believe it or not, the overpasses. This is, I think, would be very helpful to you if we had specific bike facilities going over these bridges. Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely something that stops a lot of people from being able to bike to work or bike to school or let their kids bike to their friend's house by themselves. Yeah, those overpasses, there's only a few ways to cross the highway, so it really divides the community, and the sidewalk's super narrow. There's no protection against cars.
Yeah, and currently it's actually not legal for cyclists to go on sidewalks, yet it's safer, and to go on roads, it's supposed to be where they're supposed to be, but as you've pointed out, even there you're getting accused of doing something wrong. So it sounds to me like we need to advocate more for these cycling infrastructure on these roads, that people like yourself are using them for main routes to get where you need to go. So I want to thank you for your delegation because it points out the need for this cycle infrastructure, and we'll continue to advocate for that. Thank you.
Thanks. One more thing I'd like to add is another policy that I would like to see in Ottawa sometime eventually would be a land value tax. It really makes no sense that an empty parking lot downtown pays less tax than an apartment building when a parking lot is kind of a negative use that we should be trying to work against, while an apartment building is housing and is something we should encourage. It's just a perverse incentive to tax based on the value of the structures in the land rather than the value of the land itself. We should be encouraging the best land use possible, especially with the housing crisis going on.
This is direction that councillors need to give to finance staff, but we can have them elaborate on that with questions to them. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. The next delegate is Calvin Climby. Okay, I don't hear anyone or see anyone stepping forward, so we'll move to the next person on the list, Dr. Sarah Gelbard. Go ahead.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes,
Great.
Go ahead.
So I'm a researcher at the University of Ottawa with a PhD in urban planning from McGill. And I first want to amplify and state my support for the other delegates who are speaking to the need for higher budgets for a variety of social and community services to become the most livable mid-sized city in North America, which is our aspiration in the Ottawa official plan. We need robust social and health supports and these essential city services. I also want to amplify and state my support for the other delegates who are speaking to an obvious space in the city budget where those efficiencies can be found and the bloated budgets reduced, and that is the police services budget. At the bare minimum, I support the option to not approve a 2.5% increase and to allocate those funds to higher priorities and more cost effective city services. So with that said, today I'm focusing my comments on the proposed maximum increase of 2.5 to the transit levy and the need to improve access to affordability of and investment in public transit. A 2.5% increase is simply insufficient and will result in further and significant inefficiencies to the residents of Ottawa who depend on these services, many of whom are the most impacted by the current inflation rates and unaffordability crises. So my professional and academic credentials aside, I want to share two brief personal experiences that inform my position. First, my own as a young professional who has been living on a student budget for a long time and trying to find affordable housing that meets my needs. And second, about my parents who both recently gave up their driver's license and what planning in an aging for our aging population will mean in the coming years. So my partner and I have been searching for an apartment for well over a year in this current unaffordable housing market. My partner and I both currently commute to work either by bike or by foot. And to consider moving outside of our downtown neighborhood, we needed to assess the reliability and affordability of public transit as an option. The first obstacle is that the cost of 2 adult monthly bus passes of $250 far exceeds the rent savings that we were seeing by moving outside of the downtown core. And the second issue is that my partner has to be at work at 7 a.m. Meaning that we would need to find a bus line that had sufficiently regular and reliable service at that time, which was very limited options. And so that was a non-starter. So addressing the affordability of public transit and its reliability are really strategic ways that the city can help to increase access to more supply of housing options across the city for those of us reliant on public transit. In some ways, my partner and I have chosen this car-free lifestyle, but in many ways, we don't have a choice. We cannot afford it, and our planet cannot afford the continued reliance on personal vehicles. And so now thinking about my parents and the need to invest in improving public transit for our aging population and others who are unable to drive, both in their late 60s. This summer, both of my parents surrendered their driver's license. First, my father realized he was having difficulties with his sight and his reaction time. And as a paramedic, he had spent decades driving and was even the driving instructor for the paramedic services in London. And I appreciate for him, it was deeply tied to his identity and to a sense of freedom. And so I have really deep appreciation and respect that he recognized it was time to give it up, and that his service as a paramedic really drove his recognition that the potential life-threatening harm of continuing to drive was not sufficient to keep his to balance against his sense of freedom. So suddenly, then my mother was developed an eye condition and required to suspend her license. And they were both found themselves now without a car, having to adjust to life with public transit. They noticed difficulties in just getting bus passes, the lack of seating at bus stations, and these great wait times and limited services. So I understand that a lot of residents who rely on their cars and who do not currently or perhaps have ever really used public transit don't support an increase to the public transit budget. But my parents' experience has highlighted how soon those needs could change, especially with our aging population. This rapidly intensifying affordability and environmental crisis also speaks to how quickly we may need and have no other choice but to rapidly develop more economically and environmentally and socially sustainable transportation. So really, a balanced approach does not mean 2.5% across the board. We need to balance budget considerations with our priorities as a city, our future needs, and really weighing the minimal savings to the average household through a tax freeze against the disproportionate cost and impact of those who most need these city services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gower.
Thanks. Thanks for your presentation. I've been thinking a lot about how we should be balancing priorities on council as well. And the 2.5% tax levy would bring in $21. I was thinking even if we went to a 10% tax levy, we're still not bringing in that much extra. The impactful investments that people want to see in transit is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And when I'm balancing affordability concerns that we're hearing from residents, there's expected to be another Bank of Canada rate hike today, which for many residents, and whether they're homeowners or renters, could add more hundreds of dollars to their yearly bills. Is tax levy even the right thing to be looking at, to keep going back and adding potentially hundreds of dollars over the next few years? Is that the right balance when we're talking to residents who are already facing affordability challenges?
I mean, obviously, yes, the tax levy, the 2.5% is a drop in the bucket of what is needed. But I think it is also that we see delegates showing up time and time again on these issues of budgets, even when it's small amounts, because we see that the city's choices, council's decisions about where that money goes is reflective of our overall priorities. And we want to see a city council that reflects the priorities of the city, and whether or not that is a solution to the long term and the full extent of the needs that we need to assess. I think even just developing trust among the constituents and the residents really gets reflected in the decisions that are made even at these smaller scales.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much for the presentation today. I'm just wondering if council were willing to increase taxes by an additional $100 on the average value home. That would bring in $51 million, $50 million, somewhere around there. How would you spend it? We've got a lot of needs. There's service levels and there's fares.
I mean, I think it is important that we need to consider that additional, so on top of whatever tax increase that, as Sam and some of the other delegates have mentioned, that transit fees are a form of taxation. And so if we are also increasing those, we are further taxing on top of those those residential taxes. And so I think that we really should prioritize keeping if we want to tie it to housing affordability, to increasing access and options for housing across the board, that a very simple way is to try to at least freeze transit, and if not, start to reduce transit fares. That had we been given the option of $100 a month as being our increased transit fee, that would have opened another radius of homes that we could have been looking at. We could have access to a greater supply of the limited available rentals that are available. And so I think those kind of small scale impacts really do have an impact as tied to things such as housing, and really thinking strategically about the budget and ways that those small amounts really do have big impacts on the lives of residents.
Transit issues are housing issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next delegate is John Reddens.
Good morning, guys. Just a reminder, we're on the traditional territories of Algonquin and the Mohawk territories. My first presentation at FEDCO in the 21 years I've been here. LRT Commission said the people of Ottawa deserves accountability. Some on council and mayor's office are telling Ottawa our elected officials are making decisions for the citizens of Ottawa. How true? What is the definition of accountability? We don't have a total amount of legal spent on the Westboro bus crash. We don't have totals from legal on the collapsed tunnels by University and Rideau Street. We don't have totals on the legal fight to get out of the public-private partnership. We don't have totals of the recent shutdown of the LRT. Only thing we have on public record is our current city clerk, an unelected official, telling people of Ottawa we won't see those numbers because of legal reasons. My life on paratransport has sucked on these decisions that can improve paratransport 100%. Our numbers can keep increasing, but others keep getting rewards for their transit. Recent decisions on proposed using paratransport bus for conventional. Our last thing, setting the percentage to every year, doesn't help make sound decisions. In a way, it is unelected officials making decisions for you and you're rubber stamping them. Setting percentages is an easy way out in the budget system that is failing the ordinary people of Ottawa. What will I really want to know, and my fellow group members at Ottawa Transit Riders Group want to know, what will good service cost OC Transport? We're never told that in all the years I've been involved in transit. I would love to see all of you on September 25th at the Jean Pickett Hall from 1 to 3 to talk about paratransport customers and not your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddens. That concludes the delegations. There were written submissions that were provided as well, 4 of them, which I'll note. So I'll now open it up to committee members and councillors for questions on items 4.1 and 4.2. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was looking through the budget directions report, and I was a bit confused because last year we had an agreement around this table that we would come back this year with differentiated buckets based on council priorities. We passed a motion together to do that last budget directions. So, but I'm seeing the same thing again. I'm seeing 2.5% right across the board, no differential. And so for public health, that means an extra $1 million. For the Auditor General's office, who's been telling us she's been having problems with resources, it means an extra $110,000. For our police, it means an extra over 13 million, right? So we talked about this last year. We passed a motion about it. We didn't just talk about it. We passed a motion. Council passed the motion collectively. And so I don't know where that is in the report. I'm not seeing it there. I'm not seeing any differentiation between those buckets, number one. And number two, I'm not seeing the rest of what that motion spoke about, which was that we were going to have an elevated process of consultation. I'm saying the same thing we've been doing year after year. So I guess the question to you, Mayor, and to staff is, what happened with that motion? Where is the information that we were supposed to see as a result of council unanimously passing that motion? I'm not seeing it here.
Mr. Mayor,
You wanna-
so I guess I'll have to bring up that motion, but to be clear, what you have in front of you right now is basically laid out as per the term of council governance review, which speaks to the setting, city treasurer and chief finance officer would bring forward a report, speaks to the tax increase and the pro rata share allocation to the boards and commissions. So 2.5% is allocated to each of the boards and the commissions, as well as the assessment growth pro rata share to each of those. That aligns to the governance review. From a term of council priorities perspective, we will be fleshing that out in one of the documents that we referenced in the transmittal report or the directions report. We will be bringing forward a new transmittal type report. And in that report, we'll have additional information in terms of key areas, alignments to the term of council priorities, which were just passed in June, and where that kind of resides with the budgets. So there will be a new documentation, a new level of detail included in the tabling of the budget documents. And lastly, your last question in terms of engagement. So, one of the things that we did do differently this year is immediately following the adoption of the 2023 budget, I reached out to each individually, met with each of you. We did a resident survey right following the 2023 budget. We got those results. Those are part of the feedback that we list in this report. And it's also part of the considerations that we will be building and including in additional documentation that we'll bring forward through the tabling documents. I've also met with several community groups and have meetings scheduled with additional community groups as well. Meetings with each of the councilors individually, with the mayor's office, city manager, myself have already been set up as well, which is earlier than normal. We are continuing to leverage engagement. We're doing a technical briefing on the budget 101. Again, that's a new product. I will be doing additional meetings as well where needed. So there's a number of new things that we are doing that's been highlighted. And all along, I've always stated, if there's any additional ideas or areas for suggestions that we can fit into the schedule, I'm always there to support that for anything else that you might want to suggest.
No, I appreciate staff's effort overall, but the problem is that we had clear direction from last term with a motion passed that said that the 2024 budget directions be updated to reflect our term of council priorities, including a more strategic approach to budget directions such as, but not limited to, targeted budget increases for areas deemed as a priority through the term of council priority setting exercise, as opposed to an across the board approach. But what I'm seeing in front of us is an across the board approach, the same as we've always had year after year. And so I guess before council, what I'd be looking for is how exactly are you going to exercise what council passed, which was that we're going to be looking at priorities. Everyone's just not getting the same thing. Some people and departments need more because they've been historically underfunded, and others, perhaps they're not doing as well and might not get as much, right? I want to see some prioritization based on outcomes. So, and the motion was very clear, that seconded by the mayor, that we were going to do this, right? So we passed that motion together and all of council passed it, that we were going to do this. And I'm not seeing it here. I'm not seeing it reflected. So I guess
wouldn't that be, sorry to jump in, but wouldn't that be, first of all, we are still reflecting priorities in the budget based on the decisions we make about where money will be allocated, from the smallest detail to the largest portion of the budget. We're always prioritizing, but wouldn't any decisions about allocating more resources to one particular budget and fewer to another budget be something that would be part of the process from this point forward? Would that not be the case?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So this gives us the limit to work within. Then, as I mentioned in my presentation, it doesn't account for any additional user fees, service review efficiencies, continuous improvement efficiencies, which all commission boards and departments are aligned to doing. So that will be part of the budget build, and that's where we will be going through and aligning those two priorities. Again, each department is not given an allocated base amount within the services. This is one building block of the entire piece, which we'll be working on and aligning to the priorities.
So just, I guess, before council, mayor, or on this item, be helpful for me to just see how we're enacting the motion that we passed in writing, and to potentially update that based on the directions from council from last year. Because I think we're not served well with just everyone's getting 2.5%. Have at it, right? Doesn't make sense with the way our budget's allocated. Public health only has a certain amount of money, so 2.5% doesn't equate to a lot for them. It equates to a lot for the larger budget items. So I think
But
that's what I'm looking.
this isn't the budget though, right?
No,
This
no,
is
but
simply the budget direction.
The motion
and
spoke
then-
about budget directions, right? So that's what I'm getting at is this sets the framework and we did speak about it in the motion. So look I think there's work to do before the council meeting on this, and I'm happy to work with staff and yourself to make sure this happens, at least to outline the process of how this will occur, that it's not just going to be across the board, right? So on the overall piece in here, I'm having some trouble with it. I think our current inflation rate is 3.3%. It's come down, obviously, from the 6.3% previously. We've heard Councillor Gower speak about a potential increase in rates today. I don't know, it's after 10 a.m. I don't know if the bank has announced something or not, but obviously it's been a struggle for a lot of people. But a 2.5% tax increase essentially amounts to a cut based on where inflation is. And I know City of Ottawa inflation is usually larger as well, right? We got a lot of contracts that we're having to ensure that we're funding, and we have a lot of road building, which has added a lot of additional increases recently. So really difficult for us to, I think, keep pace with the service requests that are coming in our wards when we're looking at that across the board approach. So I think, we need to make sure we're looking at the municipal price index. Obviously you're going to create a municipal price index, what I understand. You're not getting that before approving the budget direction. So can you just explain further the municipal price index that we talked about last budget cycle, and then what you're considering for this cycle?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So we're bringing forward the MPI report in October. That's when we're scheduled to bring that forward. So staff have been doing a review on that. And just as a reminder, as I stated in the 2023 budget process, we do go through an onerous process in terms of our inflation indicators. 48% of our budget is directly related to compensation, which is directly related to collective agreements. A significant number of our collective agreements have settled for 2024 below the 2%. So from a ratio perspective, that's the largest component. We also have in our edging contract, fuel is a big driver as well. We're actually seeing a reduction there. So we use even in the CPI for 6.3 for capital, we're seeing 3 right now as our benchmark. The projections is to get that down to 2 in 2024, but 3 is what we're using today. But as a percentage perspective in your total budget, it doesn't mean that we need 3% globally to increase everything because it's a smaller percentage. Some of our areas like water is 2%. Some of our contracts where we have 2 or 3 sign-year contracts, the annual inflation there is 2%. So we look at depending on the service, the contract, and the utility. That's how we kind of factor in that. Our electricity is at, I think it's just over 4%. So we will lay all that out in the MPI report that's coming forward in October. And as I did in the 2023 budget on tabling, I'll lay all that out as well in terms of the actual rates and source that we use for the different services within the inflationary pressure context.
I'm glad to see we're creating that municipal price index. Be really interested to see. I know our construction contracts have gone way up. We've had a lot of those that inflation there. So I'm interested to see where that lands. I have to say, Mayor, I don't think we should be increasing transit fares this year, 2.5%. I think we're struggling with ridership in the first place. Obviously, another increase on the transit fare side is not going to help anything really. It's a minor amount that comes in from riders who can least afford it, or the people in Ottawa. And I think we should be striving to freeze those fares again this year, as you promised for last year we did, which we did. I think we should do the same this year. I'd ask staff, and I'm sure Chair Gower already knows, but like the difference on the levy versus the 2.5% amount, what that is it's not just obviously a straight it'd be less on the levy than it would be like you're not just adding another 2.5% of the levy. I'd imagine it'd be about another percentage added to the levy if you're looking at the breakdown between fares and the levy now.
So Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, if we do a fare freeze, what that correlation increase would be required on the levy? I think that's what you're asking.
That's right.
Yeah. So approximately a fare freeze would be approximately about $3.8 million impact. And that would correlate to about a 1% increase
on the
transit levy.
Yeah.
But what's important to note is the compounding impact of a fare freeze. So, and when we do a fare freeze, that $3.8 million lost revenue over 10 years, it's well over 10 million. Over 30 years, it actually approaches $300 million impact. So it's the compounding impact every time we do a fare freeze, just for context.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we only talk about that on fares. Levy is the same thing. We had a levy of 4.5% previously. It's compounding effect there too.
That is time, Councillor Menard. So
Thanks very much.
Welcome to get back in line.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify something though. You referred to inflation as being at about 3.3% and therefore a 2.5% tax increase, meaning that we're effectively cutting. But is it not true that our revenues are increasing by 4% because of growth anticipated at 1.5%? So if indeed inflation is at 3.3% and the tax increase is at 2.5% and growth is at 1.5%, we're actually investing more money proportionally, not cutting. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, that is accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. One, and I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to this one, the parking lot levy that Toronto is exploring. I'm just curious, I know we have a different authority around parking. If we wanted, and most of our commercial parking lots, of course, fall within a commercial tax class. With the commercial tax class is constrained by legislation in terms of how much we can boost it up. But within the tax class, are we able to increase things like parking lots higher and lower the rate for other tax classes?
Mr. Mayor, that one's a little complex, so if it's okay, I'll certainly take that away and get back to you in the next day or so.
Let me ask, before council.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just interested in how that would actually bring in more revenue, given the constraints that we have on what we can charge commercial landowners. Yeah. So interesting stuff. I'll ask this every year. I'm sorry, Rick O'Connor is not here. David, if you want to get ready for our annual exchange. If we agree today to passing the budget directions motion, directing staff to create a budget with a 2.5% targeted tax increase, is council agreeing to a cap, a hard cap that we cannot go beyond?
Mayor, you will have heard Mr. O'Connor's response in the past. It is slightly different now, and that is because we're in a world governed by Bill 3 and the changes that came about. And so the process is somewhat different. But in sum, regardless of how the budget is adopted, and it has to be adopted in accordance with the municipal act and regulations, council is not bound by whatever direction. This is guidance at this point. But ultimately, the adoption of the budget will be governed by Bill 3 and the regulations, and is not set today.
So when we get a budget in front of us that is tabled, and we're looking at those persistent issues in our wards, the ones that we cannot seem to solve because the resources are not there. We can't get recycling in parks expanded. We can't get those sidewalk cracks and those potholes finally fixed properly. We can't get bylaw to enforce to the degree that residents expect. We can't get that speed humps and the traffic calming and the creative traffic solutions that people are looking for. When we look at the budget and say, can we get these things that residents have a right to expect that their city is going to provide? We can choose as a council to bring in the taxes necessary in order to do that. We are not capped at 2.5%. Is that correct?
It's a somewhat nuanced answer, Mayor, and that's because the Bill 3 process that now governs Ottawa and a number of other municipalities contemplates that the mayor presents the budget. It is then open to council to pass a motion to amend the budget. It is then open to the mayor to veto that amendment, and is then open to council to overturn that amendment. And the details as to how all this works will be explained more, will be set out in the kind of the budget briefing memo that my office and Mr. O'Connor's office would have previously prepared jointly and will now just be prepared jointly. But that is the essence of it.
Okay. I think
and so the budget is then adopted over by the passage of time.
Thanks. And at some point, I guess I would ask the mayor whether he intends to use those powers. We've had indication in past that he does not, and I would hope that's still the case.
If I may, those provisions of the act are not, they're not open to election in that they are compulsory. The city and the mayor cannot opt out of those budget provisions in the new legislation.
Yeah, nuanced, obviously, and I think the mayor has some latitude to abide by the will of council. So thank you very much. That is helpful. And just, I want to make sure, I'm not going to support setting a 2.5% increase today. I think it's an arbitrary number. Last year, I get paid 26 times a year. I have a house that is worth pretty much exactly what an average home in Ottawa is worth. It's assessed at that. In 2021, 2022, I put away $222 every pay into my taxes in order to be able to pay my bill. Right now, I'm putting 227. That's the difference of the 2.5. I would be more than happy to put $3 or $4 more aside in my taxes every month, every pay, in order to get the services that I think the city should be providing, and that over the course of 9 years, I've become increasingly frustrated that we can't. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. The service review, I know we will see details in the budget. Do you have any idea what the anticipated savings are? Are we talking millions or tens of millions? Like, what scale could we be looking at?
Mr. Mayor, obviously a lot of work has been done. Specifically, when I look at one of the main ones in my department, the fleet service review, we're well on track to present some savings. I don't like to give a number before we have the final review, cross the T's, dot the I's, because then the number sticks. But there will be significant savings in the millions. Yes, I don't perceive, I won't allude to how much, but we are seeing some good saving opportunities. And again, that will be presented in details in terms of how we're doing that and the track to achieve that.
More than 10 million?
No.
You won't give me anything?
Not at this, in all due respect, not at this stage. No, there's still lots of work to be done. A lot of great work has been done, but there's still more work to be done.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify some numbers. The 2.5% proposed fare increase. First of all, what's staff's intention around the Equipass and Community Pass? Is it still the intention to freeze those fares in particular?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Yep.
That's good. And what would a 2.5% fare increase mean for a single adult fare and a single adult monthly pass?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we have that detail yet.
I think it's 10 cents for the single fare, but you can confirm that. And I think it's probably about $3, maybe $4 for the adult fare for the month.
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Renee or Pat to.
Mr. Mayor, we'll come back with this answer.
Okay. The 2.5% tax levy for transit is $21 for an average household. What would 1% equate to in terms of new revenue in 2024?
Globally, 1% on the global rate would be approximately $20 million.
Pardon me?
20 million.
20 million. And then overall on the property taxes, what does each 1% increment represent in additional revenue?
Mr. Mayor, approximately $42 incremental on the urban home and approximately additional $34 on the rural home for every 1%.
And then in terms of overall income revenue?
Yeah, that's the 20 million. So it's 1%. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's worth mentioning the report in front of us never uses the word cut in terms of the transit budget. That said, we are going to face a really, really challenging budget year for transit. We did this year. We will again next year. The report also identifies a number of ways that staff are looking at to find new revenue sources or savings. The on-demand pilot that's being explored, we'll have details on that at our next Transit Commission meeting. Deferral of capital projects, the route review, fare increases and property tax levy are there. I think we need both of those. I think that we're in a very difficult financial situation and we're going to need both of those. And I think we also need to be looking at other revenue sources. There have been a few that have come up today through delegations and through council members. And I do wonder if that 2.5% tax levy is enough. I think it's one lever we have to try to make our budget whole. But I'm also concerned about cost of living that I mentioned before. A lot of pressure on everyone in our city due to the rising rate of pretty much everything. I almost think it's unfair sometimes that we come in as a city and although your phone bill's going up and your gas bill's going up and you're paying more income tax to the government and so on, at the city, we always seem to be like the last defense on that. But I do think we need to be as fiscally responsible and as conservative as we can because it makes a big difference. So this is a direction to staff that we're giving today to budget based on that 2.5%. I think that's prudent, but we're going to have to see the final numbers in front of us and be really aware of what the implications of that are either way. So thanks staff for the presentation, and that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Conseillère Plante?
Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Merci. Comme vous savez, on est en train de vivre une crise, non seulement ici au centre-ville, mais à l'échelle de la ville, des opioïdes au centre-ville. Et je me soucie que l'augmentation du 2,5% ne va pas répondre suffisamment. Maintenant, je suis très au courant que la santé, c'est une juridiction municipale. Mais est-ce qu'il y a des prévisions comme je ne veux pas trop aller dans les détails du budget lui-même, mais est-ce qu'il y a des prévisions spécifiques pour s'attaquer à ce problème ou est-ce que le 2,5, ça s'aligne seulement avec les priorités qu'on avait auparavant? Merci. Anyone?
Juste un instant.
Oh, merci. Excuse-moi, je pensais qu'il y avait un lag. Merci.
Excuse-moi, pouvez-vous répéter la question une autre fois, s'il vous plaît?
Non, j'allais juste indiquer parce que j'ai vu qu'il y avait le 2,5, l'augmentation du 2,5 pour le budget, ainsi pour le budget pour santé publique et pour nos bibliothèques. Et comme vous savez, et ça a été très médiatisé les dernières 2 semaines, on est en train de vivre une crise des opioïdes qui gravement affecte non seulement le centre-ville, mais l'échelle de la ville. Alors, je veux pas que vous rentrez spécifiquement dans tous les détails, toutes les lignes du budget, mais est-ce que vous pensez que le 2,5 est suffisamment pour attaquer non seulement les déterminants sociaux qui affectent la crise des opioïdes, mais pour s'attaquer à la crise elle-même, parce que c'est quand même très compliqué, il y a beaucoup, disons, de tentacules et je m'inquiète que le 2,5 n'est pas suffisant.
OK. Alors, est-ce que c'est suffisant d'avoir une augmentation de 2,5% pour attaquer aux problèmes comme la crise opioïde?
C'est ça.
OK.
Oui, on est d'accord avec ça, que 2,5% c'est suffisant.
OK. Alors, la réponse courte, c'est oui.
OK. Merci.
Merci, conseillère Plante. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for staff for the presentation and to delegates for coming out today and expressing their concern. Definitely, we need services for our residents. And I wanted to address the concerns. There's many concerns that have been raised, but I want to focus on the cycle infrastructure. We heard from a delegate who was actually pulled over by police for riding his bike on the road. And I don't know how many times I've heard from residents complaining about cyclists on sidewalks. And this is part of our climate change focus, that we need to have that cycle infrastructure to make people feel safe and give them that option, which makes us a better city. And I just want to know how active transportation is being considered. I realize we have a climate change lens, a climate lens, but I'm concerned. It's interesting this happened on Maitland, which is actually a focus that we're working on, that I'm working on with Councillor Johnson, because we're involving the MTO and we have an opportunity to make it safer coming up very soon when the bridge gets replaced or the overpass. So I want to know if this can be prioritized.
Mr. Mayor, yes. So the active transportation network is part of our annual capital program. And again, that's driven by mainly driven by our TMP and our long range financial plans. So that's definitely a priority that you'll see again this year in the budget process.
Yeah, and just to remind yourself and our active transportation team, this is time sensitive because this is coming up soon. This is about an overpass replacement. As you know, the MTO does these, so they have a tight schedule. And so we need to work with them very closely, and I appreciate the cooperation with my colleague, Councillor Johnson of College Ward on this, because in her ward, it's equally important and helpful, and will make residents safer. I also appreciate the delegations on transit. Very concerned about this. One of the driving factors is the fact that stage 2 is behind schedule, and particularly in my ward. This concerns me because we had at first anticipated way back that 2024 was the big year that we were switching over to stage 2. And of course, that's not happening. It's till 2026 if we're lucky. And that means that the bus routes have to continue. I want to raise that concern because this was probably not budgeted in the long term, but I want to make sure that my residents aren't shortchanged because of this delay. So can I have some comments on that, please?
Mr. Mayor, the budget for next year will be based upon the current service that we're running, not assuming anything about the opening of the westerly extensions of the O train. But will also be guided by the results of the route review, which all councillors and many customers were part of, and where the analysis continues now.
Thank you. I think
just specifically, the route changes that we imagine we would be making in the west part of the city when those O train extensions are open, will be consulting with the councillor on and through her with the community if she desires, but we won't be counting on those to be in place in the 2024 budget.
Thank you. And it's not just me who desires, it's just, in fact, necessary to consult with the ones who are going to use the system. So that's kind of mandatory. So I appreciate you saying that, and just want to make sure that residents are not punished because of these delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the shortfall we're looking at for 2023, Councillor Gower asked a question I had about the service review, but aside from that, do you have any idea sort of where we might be looking at? Like, is it largely going to come from the savings from the service review, or is there something else that you're looking at to make up the difference?
Mr. Mayor, so you're referring to deficit for 2023 projected?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now the current projection is the 6.8 million approximately deficit for tax supported services. That would have to come from the tax stabilization reserve.
Okay.
So the first source that we would go to would be the tax stabilization reserve. That's our best projection right now, but again, you have commitment from staff and the senior leadership team to try and close that gap. But again, the first draw would be the tax stabilization reserve. And I think right now that balance is approximately $80 million.
Okay.
80 million.
Okay. And what sort of things are you looking at to close that gap?
Mr. Mayor, so the continuing discretionary spending freeze, which we have in place, the hiring pause with respect to where there's no impact of frontline services, there's an hiring pause or review in place. We're still trying to, come out of the pandemic where there's a number of vacancies that, staffing is starting to turn. It's been a real struggle to staff positions in the city and elsewhere in across the city, but we're seeing a little shift now where we are getting back in track in terms of a good candidate pool and skill set. So we are looking at our staffing as well in terms of where there's no impact to services.
Okay. And this is maybe a question better suited for Wendy. But I do note that our main savings driver is staff vacancies. So looking into 2024, are we looking at sort of keeping some of those positions open intentionally? Or is the hope still to fill the vacant positions?
I can start and Cyril can add to my answer. I mean, the hope is to fill the positions, that we will have a balanced budget when we bring that to council. But what we do have built into the budget every year is a bit of gapping. So we know that there's going to be some turnover and that's built in. So you're going to see that as we bring the budget forward.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's great questions. If you don't mind, I'll add some content to that. You know, as we stated in 2022 and to 2023 budget process, you know, all organizations were challenged with staffing issues, just the nature of coming out of the pandemic. So one of the things that we're looking at, we're doing a deep dive right now in terms of our temporary staffing. As you recall, OPH as an example, throughout the pandemic at over 3,000 temporary positions. We did lots of shifts around Parks and Rec, all that stuff that we previously communicated. So one of the things we're doing now is we're trying to, you know, HR as part of my portfolio, we're trying to restabilize the kind of, you know, bring people back in terms of refocusing because now we're moving forward. So that's part of the review we're doing right now is, you know, aligning our vacancies, removing the temporary positions, making them permanent where it makes sense, just to restabilize our internal workforce so we can move forward. So that's part of the process that we're also doing right now.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. And I do have a couple questions just about the Community Partners Insurance Program. I recognize it's a bit granular for the overall budget directions, but since we started the conversation and certainly lots of frustration in the community, it's been dragging for a bit. So I guess to David White, where are we at in that process?
Mayor, in the context of that, the last renewal proved challenging in that there was only one insurer that was prepared to show any interest in supporting the program, which is in part what drives some of those elements of it. In that context, the program was renewed in its current state. The renewal of that program, it's annual, it runs June to June. So it exists in that state. Staff are currently looking at a variety of options in that way. And that extends to the program itself, which is in essence a funding challenge. I'm working with Dan Chenier and his team on that. The other part, and this was alluded to through the comments, which is, you know, how might the city go about kind of minimizing or mitigating the impact of its own, for example, the insurance costs that it imposes, where groups are looking to participate in city programs or receive a city grant or these kinds of things. Can we take a more, let's say, robust and flexible risk management approach in that regard and perhaps roll some of those back rather than imposing them kind of by rote? So that's the work, and that is targeting, again, as discussed, that would be targeting the November FedCo meeting.
Okay, so
FinCorp.
At the November FedCo meeting, we should get recommendations on how the program will be altered that will respond to the feedback you got from Community Association. Yeah, okay. And is there any additional consultation planned?
At present, until we have a more structure to what those recommendations might be, what the program might be going forward in terms of a way that it would be viable and sustainable. I'm happy to engage with the FCA and others.
Yeah.
Appreciating the potential breadth of that in advance or as part of that November report.
Okay. Yeah. Your staff and Dan Chenier's team held a sort of Q&A for rank operators last year that I found very helpful. I attended as well and just gave community members an opportunity to ask questions, get answered, because I do think that there is some confusion, you know, even just that you can get an insurance certificate with a park rental, for example. I don't know if everybody knows that. So I think, you know, I'll leave this with you, but I think holding a similar forum would be very helpful, either in the lead up or after we get the report recommendations, preferably in advance, but thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I have a direction for staff on this very issue, Councillor Kitts. So I think we're going to be covered off well, but I just did want to take the opportunity to ask staff directly, what has happened with communication with community members and councils who have been engaged on this issue since the winter?
Mayor, as again, staff reached it, appreciating that the scope of this program has always been a challenge. And the reason I say that is because you can harken back to the expression, what's in a name, as kind of foreseen when this first came forward in 2001. The scope of a program that would look at the insurance needs of groups operating in the community. Right now, there are approximately 120 to 130 that are kind of captured by that 01 council decision. But even at that point, there were about 5,000 or 6,000 groups that this could apply to. And so it was for that reason that staff used the Engage Ottawa tool. The discussions more recently have focused on discussions with individual councillors as issues have arisen. Happy to re-engage with Mr. Cullen, the FCA, or other organizations that may see this as having a stake. One thing I would note, and this gets to the structure of the program and the information sessions that have been held, is that and there may be some misconception around this. The rink operators, which tended to be a large component of it, are no longer part of the Community Partners Insurance Program. They were kind of scoped out of that and brought under the umbrella of the city's integrated insurance program in the last few years. So it's that remaining piece that we're still working on.
So certainly, I'm encouraged by the fact that staff recognized the complexity and breadth of the insurance issue. As Councillor Leeper was describing, we have many instances in which community members have a really great idea on how to support their communities and find roadblocks, financial roadblocks when they try and execute on them. And, certainly within my own ward, I have had one community association, Kensington Park, that had to close. Another one, City View, was mentioned by Mr. Cullen in terms of having to drop project funding because they couldn't secure the insurance in time. And so this is not the kind of encouragement that we want to give to communities. So without a doubt, scoping out a project as broad as we have, I think, is the right solution. And I look forward to Dan Chanier's uber complicated spreadsheet that will accompany this report in November 7th. But what has, I think, happened as an unintended consequence is that we have failed to communicate with community members in a time where they were asked to create more financial stress for themselves. And that, I think, left people feeling very discouraged. And I'll be honest, these are, the spiciest words I'll ever use, but I've been feeling very frustrated as well. I have been feeling like I have been chasing this answer since the spring, and I haven't been able to have a simple solution. And so at no means do I like to bring that to committee here, but for this instance, I want to assure my communities that we have been working to try and get this off the floor, and my direction will actually be able to finally put a point on when this is delivered. But just further to this, and thank you for the indulgence, Mayor, but we saw as a budget pressure, the weather events, right? If we think about the weather events that we are seeing in our cities and the community members that are rising to the occasion to support one another, although I appreciate Councillor Leeper's idea of putting a dollar figure on it, if you actually do a bit of a dive on what it looks like for a dollar figure for volunteer hours, often it's hard to calculate, because in a moment where someone needs their medicine or their breast milk to be put in a fridge in a frickin' derecho, that's priceless, right? Like all of a sudden that is not $21.04 an hour. And so we have the power here. We are the institution, we are the city. And so we can do better, and we should hold ourselves to a better standard in communicating with those communities that rise up in those occasions where we cannot deliver. And I'll be pursuing this between now and November, and within the direction that Menard will read in for me. And I appreciate that immensely. It has a reflection of consultation for councillors and for committees or communities. So we'll work together to get something like that off the ground, Councillor Kitts, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as for the motion, I'll be supporting the 2.5. I'm glad to hear that there's 1.5 in growth. I thought that might be lower, so I'm glad at least it's 1.5. I will make a couple of comments. When we passed the budget last year, the very next day, budget planning for this year began, right? Budget is, every single day of the year. And so the mayor, Councillor Carr, and I sent out an email to all of you explaining what we're doing on this service review, and hopefully you all read it. But a lot more to come as well, but not all of it necessarily for this budget. But just so you know, every department presents to us and talks about what they're planning to do internally and what their own processes are. But to come, I think this week and next week, we have about 15 presentations. And from every group you can imagine, and potentially more to come. But all the departments, again, all the union groups, Hydro Ottawa, Ottawa Public Health, Ottawa Public Library, Ottawa Police Service, the list goes on and on. OC Transpo again will talk to us and give us ideas for budgets to come, right? But at the end of the day, it's us as a group that have to decide if we like these ideas, right? So if ideas come to you that are, let's sell off some buildings that are near and dear to your heart, you're going to have to decide whether or not you're okay with that, right? If the recommendation comes that on-demand busing will save us this many millions of dollars, you're going to have to put some faith in that projection that it will actually generate that kind of revenue. And you know, and that kind of concept where you're going to have to decide if you agree on it or not, that will either be some of it for this budget cycle or next budget cycle, right? So I guess a heads up that there's lots to come. The comment about the 2.5 across the board, I mean, we didn't do that last year. I mean, budgets were all over the map, as you can imagine and remember. Like, that's not something we would do, say, everybody you get 2.5 or really 4 if you add the two together, because that wouldn't make any sense. So we didn't do that last year and we wouldn't be doing it again. The other thing I was going to say to you is that, you know, we talked a little bit about this municipal land transfer tax that Toronto has with their Toronto Act that we don't have, right? If that's something you want to look at, then that will entail a process. How do you go about doing that? Ask the Premier if that's okay. Do you want to do that? What does that do to people who are selling their properties, and how happy will they be, and how much can they afford that? So when we get a budget direction, we get a budget presented to us, at the end of the day, it's up to us to say whether or not we agree with these things. Right? It's not like, you know, staff are going to tell us what it's going to be and that's the end of the conversation. So I just leave it that I'm agreeing with the direction, glad to hear it, and just that there's a lot more to come.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll read in the direction to staff and then I'll just have a couple follow-ups on the discussion. And thanks to Councillor Johnson for this, that in advance of the tabling of the 2024 budget, staff be directed to bring forward a proposal for the Community Partnership Insurance Program that would preserve or enhance the city's financial support for the community-based groups that work with the city to deliver programs/events for residents, and which would foster City Council's commitments to openness, accountability, and transparency, equity and inclusion, and support for historically underrepresented segments of the Ottawa population, and also help to minimize the city-imposed burden of insurance costs on these community-based groups. This proposal will be circulated in advance of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting on November 7th, 2023, in order to give the community and councillors' offices a chance to review and respond in advance of the 2024 legislative budget process, as outlined in the city solicitor's previous memo. Thanks, Mayor. I'll follow up just with a couple more, because I'm on the speakers list here for this, but just on our budget discussions. So on housing and homelessness, we identified this, I think, as our top priority amongst councillors in the council vision sessions for our strategic priorities. I'm just wondering, do we anticipate significant increases here in the budget? I know we're at an early phase, but our staff kind of taking that input by councillors and utilizing it to prioritize that as an issue this coming budget?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So we are, pretty far advanced in the update to the housing long-range financial plan, as I committed to during 2023 budget. Again, this is another prime example where it will be a true correlation alignment to determine council priorities, and we will be presenting that in the fall as well. You recall a couple of weeks ago, the VUT, that's going to be a big component in terms of the incremental funding that we'll be leveraging as part of that review of the housing long-range financial plan refresh.
Okay, thank you for that. On the municipal land transfer tax, appreciate Councillor Curry's comments. My understanding is staff have asked the province for that in the past. They've actually requested some information from the province on municipal land transfer tax and whether municipality, City of Ottawa, would be open to have that tool that the City of Toronto currently has. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, yes, staff have made that request before. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And just in terms of that conversation with the province, where does that stand now? Maybe it's been a little while since that request has been made, but where does that stand?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's pretty much silent. It's something that probably would need direction to us to rejuvenate that discussion, I guess, and kind of bring that light back up to the front.
Okay, that's good food for thought for future councils on that piece, Mayor. I do need to just go back to that 2.5% increase in the inflation rate and the growth. So just to break this down into its pieces, the growth we speak about comes from new housing. Is that correct? Okay, this comes from new housing. So does that new housing cost money to serve?
Mr. Mayor, it does. So maybe if I'll try and give a little bit of a simplified background on this. The DC background is a very complex tool that we use in terms of growth, specifically on the infrastructure side. In that process, we break down what you would know as the BTE, so benefit to existing. So even from a capital infrastructure, there's always a component that benefits the existing. When you look at operating, it would literally be, not impossible, but very onerous to kind of determine that split in terms of benefit to existing from an operating assessment property tax, if you follow.
Yeah.
So something as simple as like your winter operations, as I spoken to about in the past, as more streets get added to the system, obviously there's more lane kilometers to go. We also, we've increased the winter operations budget significantly over the years. So we don't just arbitrarily increase it based on a true lane kilometer, because we also got to look at the seasonality impact in terms of the weather events. So yes, this winter season, we've seen extraordinary outside the 5-year average. Past 3 years, we've had surpluses in winter operations. So it always comes down to that mix where, growth in some years, it obviously goes to service growth first, but then it becomes part of the bigger equation and balancing all the levers out overall.
Well, it's understandable. I guess I'm just making the point that the growth that we're seeing, like above that 2.5%, that 1.5% in growth is from new housing. That new housing is not free to the city. It costs us money to serve that housing. So you can't just add on that new money that we're receiving and say that that's all net positive. That money ostensibly is supposed to be used, a portion of it anyway, to serve those new homes and new housing, right? So it's not just like a 4% increase overall. That money has to serve the new houses that we're growing with. So yes, there's funds there that come in, but those funds are being used to service the new housing that's coming on. And so I think the point of this is that even though there's new growth, the growth costs money, and growth doesn't always pay for growth in our city, depending on where you build. So that's the point that I was trying to make earlier, Mayor. On transit fares. So I do need to highlight this, because I think I heard the chair say that we need both. We need the fare increase and that surprises me, the fare increase and the levy. And I'm hoping we change minds on that, because I think in 2022, Ottawa had the highest fare of the transit systems of the 11 biggest cities or regions in Canada, the third highest cash fare. Our fare rate was 20% more higher than the average. And the cash fare was about 7% higher. We had the third highest monthly pass. So I guess, we're obviously on transit side, we need to do a lot of work here to make sure that cumulative impact of increases doesn't deter new ridership, and that we increase service. We've been doing the opposite. We've had less service because we have less of those capital budgets. We're reducing service to realign with our ridership, and our fares are going up. So it doesn't compute. We have to have a different paradigm on transit, or we're going to get into that death spiral we all don't want to get in with transit, right? So just a straight up 2.5% across the board on fares and on the levy, I don't think is going to cut it this year. In 2022, the transit levy was 4.5%, up to 4.5%. In 2021, the transit levy was 4.6%. In 2020, it was up to 6.4% was approved. So I think what we're doing is reducing the amount going to the transit budget overall. Forget about the fare argument for a second. We're reducing that total amount going to the transit budget. And we're saying that we're trying to improve service. That's not going to happen with a bunch of those reductions. So I just hope we can have a different shift when it comes to the actual budget discussion about where we're headed with this, and how we allocate funding to what is obviously needed service, and I hope a different fare structure, Mayor. So I'll leave it there and appreciate the discussion today.
Sorry, just to clarify though, are you saying that we're decreasing the amount of money that's going to transit?
Yeah, so overall, compared to 2022, 2021, and 2020, that levy is vastly different than those 3 years.
But the amount of money that we're spending on transit has gone up every year. Is that not right?
That's correct. Just the percentage is lower.
Okay. Okay. So let's move back to item 4.1, and just that's just the report on the tax and rate operating and capital budget Q2 status. So just on that report, is that received? Received? Okay, and then on item 4.2, which is the budget directions timeline and consultation process, can we have a recorded vote on that, please?
Counselor Lulav,
Yes.
Counselor Dudas,
Yes.
Counselor Curry,
Yes.
Counselor Gower,
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
Yes.
Counselor King,
No.
Counselor Leeper,
No.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Menard,
No.
Counselor Giroux,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the discussion around that. So let's move forward to item 5.1, which is the Canada Central Business Improvement Area. And I believe Councillor Curry and possibly, thank you to staff for that presentation as well. Councillor Curry and possibly Councillor Hubley are going to speak to this. And we also have Laurier Musa, the Executive Director of the Canada Central BIA, available to answer questions. Councillor Curry, did you want to go first? Did we not give you enough time to get ready for this moment?
Sorry. I just couldn't find the right paper. Okay, so I wanted to say that our Executive Director, Laurier Musa, is online. So if anybody has any questions about the process or what it means, she's willing to answer questions. And I, number one, would start with thanking her very much for this long and interesting process. I gather, Councillor Leeper, yours was the model. I think yours was the last boundary extension, maybe. And so we kept talking about what you guys did in your ward, and it was very helpful in terms of the process. And so it's a long process, you know, consulting everyone in the area, the businesses, to ask if they want to join in. And as Canada has grown, north and south, all our concept of 15-minute communities has enabled these small little businesses to become a part of a larger residential area. And then those smaller businesses wonder who they're connected to. Well, the Canada Central BIA is the answer. And so they've asked, and that's how it started. They asked to be a part of it. And so we went through the process as we followed Councillor Leeper's lead. And so I just wanted to say that if you look at the map, it will mean that the Canada Central BIA area will expand east, south, and north. That they've recognized the success of the Canada Central model already. And as you see, Canada Town Centre, with all the apartment buildings growing around the transit to come, but around Bill Tarrant Park, most of them have commercial below. So this will include some of that. The area around Costco, which is really Canada South, even Stittsville, they also wanted to be a part of it. So I think that it's going to help. I mean, it has been a hugely successful model already. You have Canada Centrum, if you're following, many more businesses have come in around the movie theater. And largely due to the work of the Canada Central BIA, obviously Laurier Musa and Joanne Mutter, our chair, promoting, being there, going out and talking to business owners nonstop. It's an excellent model. Our BIAs are just a godsend, an excellent model. And so to expand it, I'm really happy that we're doing that, and many more businesses will be served. So I hope you will support this. And I don't know if Councillor Hubley has anything to say, because it is Canada North and South. We're joined at the hip in many ways. This is one more.
Councillor Hubley, did you want to add anything? Okay.
Questions for Laurier, though? She's on.
Any questions for anyone? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is the motion carried?
Great.
All right. Item 5.2 is the Heart of Orleans Business Improvement Area Budget Adjustment, and we do have a delegation to speak to that. Tanis Vine, Executive Director and Chair, Executive Director, and then Chair Pascal Bazinet from the Heart of Orleans BIA. Are they online? Yes, they are.
Yes, we
Okay, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I won't take up too much time. We went through the same process as Canada North. Laurier and I worked very closely together, and we took the example of Wellington West and spoke with Obia and Ecobia to get best past practices. I will update you just with our numbers. We continued with our outreach through business visits, and of 403 businesses, reached, we have over 99% in favor or supportive and not opposed, and we only have one objection. The biggest piece of this project, of course, was communication. We're pretty confident that we've done the work to obtain ample support to proceed with the expansion. And I would just like to quickly thank Mike Bureau for his guidance, and as well as our councillors for their support. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions? Okay, Councillor Luloff.
Thanks so much. Not necessarily a question, but just a note of thanks to both Madame le Président et aussi notre AD. This BIA plays a really important role in the economic development of the St. Joseph corridor, and certainly very pleased to support their expansion efforts and hope to see the diversification of businesses represented on the board. I think that goes a long way to bringing in new ideas, fresh new ideas as to how we can improve the BIA in Orleans. Given that we've passed the Orleans secondary plan, it makes really good sense to do this now in anticipation of the launch of Stage 2 LRT. So this is a wonderful initiative, and I want to thank the BIA and their board for coming forward with this idea, and also to the businesses that have been auxiliary members of the BIA over the course of the last 5 years that are now coming in as full members. I know that they're quite excited to give to this wonderful organization, and I certainly look forward to seeing some of these policies that are going to bolster the great work that our BIA does coming to fruition over the course of the next decade or so, and finally realizing a streetscape model that we've had on the books for close to 2 decades. It's going to make a massive difference, and I think that this expansion is going to go a long way to realizing those goals. So again, don't often get a chance to talk about the great work that Tanis, Pascal, and the board do in public forums. So I just want to take a note, take the time to take note of that great work that you do every single day on behalf of our businesses in the East End. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. I also don't have a question, but I do have a quick comment in that the East End has, when I'm speaking with residents or businesses, they're constantly saying, how can we attract more jobs? How can we retain and attract new businesses? And back many years, I'm probably dating myself, but when the East End had the Orleans Chamber of Commerce and the BIA, we had a very strong and active business presence, but we were still constantly trying to recover from the loss of some of the federal government jobs that had gone to other areas of the city. And then when the Orleans Chamber had amalgamated with the Greater Ottawa Board of Trade, there was this gap. There was this open, I'd say gap, but also an opportunity for businesses in the East End to gel together. And I'd have to say that the Heart of Orleans Business Improvement area did just that. They really advocated beyond their existing borders on all opportunities. So, associate memberships, but also had the opportunity to highlight areas of the East that didn't even fall within their boundaries. So I'd have to say that this expansion is almost a natural progression. And I wanted to thank Pascal and Tanis because you have always been advocating for the East End as a whole. I know that other businesses have been actually asking to see if you could expand even further than what you're doing right now, but you had filled the gap, sought the opportunity, and leveraged the advantages that the East End has. and will continue to have as we see the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan implemented with the coming of LRT and just all the other opportunities that are on our doorstep. So I wanted to thank you for that, because the East End is growing, it's strong, and there's only, so much more progression we have in front of us. So thank you for the work that you've done. I fully advocate for this expansion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Obviously, even though the BIA is outside my catchment area, I love working with the Heart of Orleans, and was just wondering if there's ever been any discussion about expanding the boundaries even further to include some of those businesses south of Innis, or would that just make sort of the catchment area too unwieldy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. We have looked at including all of Orleans because we have been asked by small businesses to encompass all of Orleans. I think at this time it's just simply impossible. We're doubling our expansion area today. And I think we're focusing on the original, around the original Main Street. We're encompassing the 4 LRT stations. We're taking into consideration the Orleans Corridor Study, and I think that was why the decision was made to include the boundaries we have.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Kavanagh.
Apologies, that was an error.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Pascal, Tanis, thank you so much. I'll mention too that I had the opportunity to visit with many of your members and with both of you and speak about this expansion, which I support and I'm very excited about. So is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Tanis, and merci, Pascal.
Thank you.
Merci.
All right, let's move to item 5.3, which is the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place. And we do have some delegations. There were also more than 100 written submissions. And we will start with a presentation from staff, from Peter Radke and Paul Levine.
Okay, good day, everybody. The report before you today is to consider the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place. The subject site is located on 8.7 acres at the western edge of Alta Vista Ward. It's adjacent to Bank Street, just east, and it's at the corner of Kilbourne and Lemira. It's well served by public transit with access to shopping, community, and social services. It does have an older building on the site. The eastern half of the building, sort of the right side of the slide, are office space, administrative uses, and historically the western wing of the building was used for residences. The site is zoned to permit a range of community uses and institutional accommodations, and it's currently owned by the Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation of Ottawa. So staff have negotiated a purchase price of $18.5 million. That price is supported by 2 appraisals. We had an external appraisal completed as well as an internal appraisal. The corporate real estate office does have a valuation team that staff by accredited appraisers, so we do an internal appraisal as well. We're currently in the due diligence phase. We have until January to complete our due diligence. Two of the bigger items that we're undertaking right now to support the purchase is an environmental site assessment of the property, as well as the building condition audit of the existing building. And I'll turn over to Paul for a quick slide.
Merci, Pierreux. Monsieur le maire et les membres du conseil, nous proposons de faire l'achat de cet emplacement afin de répondre aux besoins en matière de logement et de services sociaux et communautaires. Toutefois, ce que cela suppose exactement reste à déterminer et doit l'être en collaboration avec la communauté. Si l'achat est approuvé et conclu, nous travaillerons avec nos partenaires et le conseiller municipal pour concevoir un processus de consultation complet afin d'orienter l'aménagement de l'emplacement sur plusieurs années. Ce processus inclura les résidents du quartier et les groupes communautaires, le secteur du logement et de la lutte contre l'itinérance, d'autres partenaires communautaires, ainsi que les directions générales de la ville. La vision vers laquelle nous déployons nos efforts est celle d'un carrefour communautaire de logement avec services de soutien. Un emplacement novateur et créatif qui inclura un certain nombre de services et de fonctions. Il s'agit d'une initiative à long terme découlant de la stratégie de la transition intégrée avec le logement qui décrit comment la ville aidera les résidents dans leurs besoins à court, moyen et à long terme, y compris ceux qui visitent les centres de distanciation physique, à trouver un logement tout en réduisant la pression actuelle dans le réseau des refuges. L'initiative mettra l'accent sur les logements abordables et avec services de soutien, tout en appliquant les pratiques exemplaires. Notre communauté offre depuis longtemps d'excellents programmes de logement avec soutien, dont d'autres communautés s'inspirent et qu'elles reproduisent. Les occasions, les possibilités et la conception de cet emplacement doivent encore faire l'objet d'un examen avec la communauté. Ce qui fera de cet emplacement un carrefour sera la présence de services sur place. Ces possibilités incluent une gamme de services municipaux tels que l'aide financière, les services d'emploi et la gestion de cas. Nous pourrons également intégrer des services communautaires tels que ceux fournis par les centres de ressources en santé, les banques alimentaires ou d'autres fournisseurs de services de soutien. Enfin, l'emplacement pourra contribuer à répondre aux besoins particuliers des populations autochtones urbaines en matière de logement et de lutte contre l'itinérance, si cela correspond à leurs priorités. Nous reconnaissons que cet emplacement devra concilier les pressions exercées sur le réseau et les besoins de la communauté. Dans le cadre du processus de mobilisation et d'analyse qui sera entrepris au cours des prochaines années, divers scénarios seront envisagés pour atteindre ces objectifs. Merci. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Paul. Mary's coming later. Recommendations. So we have two recommendations before committee today. The first recommendation is to approve the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place. And the second recommendation is to delegate authority to staff to take the necessary steps to complete the purchase once our due diligence has been completed and we feel comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you both. Merci. And just we'll hear from the delegates and then I'm sure councillors will have questions. But just to be clear as we start, that what's before us today is simply the acquisition of the property, not the future use of the property after it's acquired. Is that correct?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor.
And so if the property is acquired, all future decisions about the use of the property will come back and there will be full consultation on that.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Yeah, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I will park most of my questions till after delegations, but just on the wording of part one, there are no conditions on this recommendation, meaning what the committee is being asked to approve today, and if so, ultimately council, is that we acquire this property. And it's my understanding that a number of conditions have to be met first for staff to be satisfied to close that deal. Why is that not reflected in the wording of the actual motion?
The second recommendation provides the direction to staff to complete the due diligence and to delegate the authority to complete the transaction. So there's a condition in the existing purchase and sale agreement that we're to seek council approval of this. And then we ask for delegated authority to complete the deal.
Okay, I'll ask further questions once the delegations have been passed, but there may be some additional wording to provide me greater comfort when we get to that time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. All right, we'll now hear from delegates, beginning with Katie Burkholder Harris, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness Ottawa. Welcome. Good afternoon.
All right, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness, an organization representing over 75 agencies in Ottawa in the housing and homelessness sector. This new opportunity for supportive housing at 1245 Kilbourne Ave is an exciting and a smart investment. Local supportive housing providers report seeing over 90% success in people staying housed long-term through supportive housing. It's a key step in the road to ending homelessness. Affordable nonprofit housing includes a large spectrum of housing types, and the number of terms can be confusing. Supportive housing is one type of housing that fits along this spectrum. It means housing that is subsidized to be affordable, where practical support services are provided on site. These can include counseling support, connection to other services, life skills training, and more. There are supportive housing providers in Ottawa who have 9-to-5 support, others have 24/7 staffing, and some have staff just a few times a week. People may not realize that group homes are a form of supportive housing. Long-term care is supportive housing. There is supportive housing in every ward in Ottawa. It is not isolated to downtown, and it's the kind of housing that people need to have the dignity and stability to survive. Supportive housing is not a shelter, it's permanent housing. People are not forced to move on after a certain amount of time. They are housed and they are home. The alternative is that the clock is ticking on someone needing to move and find another type of housing. When that pressure is put on someone to find another place, people's housing outcomes become worse. Since 2015, the city has adopted a policy of housing first, a philosophy and a service practice where a person experiencing homelessness is provided with housing with no conditions. Housing first means that a person does not jump through hoops to access the most basic of necessities, a safe place to call home. A person is not mandated to resolve a personal crisis or deal with a mental health condition in order to obtain a home. Housing first is the recognition that without safe, stable housing, very few of us can thrive. In other words, if you're drowning, it does not help if your rescuer insists that you swim before you return to shore. In Ottawa, we have a waiting list of 369 people in need of supportive housing. This bed count may reduce that list by almost 25%, a significant step in the right direction. Further, supportive housing is cost effective. It costs $53 a day to house someone in a supportive unit. In contrast, a hospital bed is $1,000 a day. An emergency hotel bed is $3,000 a month, and shelter costs are over $30 million a year. Supportive housing is both more cost effective and more compassionate than emergency responses. While I realize there's been pushback on this acquisition, I urge Council to continue to support this purchase, and we deeply appreciate your support so far. We desperately need this kind of housing in our community. We need all kinds of affordable nonprofit housing to end homelessness, and this particular type is crucial to giving people the dignity that they deserve. Supportive housing is also decentralized. It is in every ward in our community, likely in most neighborhoods. Yet there is pushback, often because people may not have a strong understanding of what it is. Increasing these types of units is a core component of Ottawa's 10-year plan. The plan is a policy direction approved by council, and it's critical that we continue to move forward with it. We cannot continue to have a referendum on who gets to live in a neighborhood every time a new building is developed. This building is also in my ward, and no one got to decide if I lived there or not. So why should it be different for anyone else? Ending and reducing homelessness is absolutely possible. We have Canadian and international examples of it. The most notable example is Finland. They focused on building nonprofit housing at scale, much of it supportive for those who needed it. The Kilbourne building is part of the story of how our city will reduce and end homelessness. Let's get on with it together. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Katie. Thank you as always for the work that you're doing in the community, and thank you for your delegation today. You said that the acquisition of this property could reduce the wait list for supportive housing by around 25%. I think you said that wait list was around 380 people. My math is probably wrong, but that's around 80 people, 85 people. How are you what is your math to get to that number?
So 369 was the number that was put in the report in terms of the supportive housing waitlist for people staying in shelter. And the other number, the 25%, is based on the thought that there's around 90 units that are possible in this. That's not potentially, that's the number that I've heard. I'm not sure that's the final number. But we also know that the site itself is certainly large and provides lots of opportunity for other kind of mixed communities. So it's 92 beds would be 25%.
So okay, and that is if you were to use the existing facility entirely for supportive housing. One of the options that needs to be explored is actually demolition to do something else. This is a huge parcel. The notion of using it to house just 85 people sorry, I forgot the number. 80 people is it doesn't seem quite right. I'm wondering. You were obviously key to the creation of the Scaling Up Housing report, which our planning committee received. Thank you for that. How else could this large parcel immediately adjacent to transit in an amenity-rich area be used to support our housing and homeless goals?
You're giving me the dream question. This is fantastic. I mean, 7 acres of land is incredible. This could be our St. Lawrence market. Honestly, think about what Toronto did. I forget how many hectares exactly. I think it was less than this, certainly. That was 4,000 units of mixed affordability standards. And look at what it became, right? We have an opportunity with the land to be able to develop a really vibrant, beautiful community. It's not that far from where I live. And I would frankly like to go and be able to be, amongst that area. Think about the shops, as you said, the amenities, the transit. It could be a really phenomenal space. So if I'm dreaming about it, I'm going to say walking space, there's a ton of trees. It's naturally, I think, actually heat reducing when you think about what we need in our cities in terms of just even tree cover. So, dream big. We could have thousands of units there of mixed housing. If you look at it as all nonprofit, then that's a whole lot of people that are finding affordable housing, even within those paying market rent.
And I think we're setting ourselves up today for an interesting discussion as we move into deciding how to actually use this land with respect to its availability to the not-for-profit sector versus the market sector versus Ottawa community housing. I'll be curious to see how staff slice and dice this. There is the potential that staff may come back to us to say some market housing would provide additional operational funding for more housing that is either RGI or that is supportive. But none of those discussions happen if we don't own the land.
Yep.
And that's the decision that we need to make today, which is why I think this is a pretty exciting conversation. Katie, thank you.
Question.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Plante.
Hi, yes, hi, Katie. Nice to see you.
You too.
coming to you live from Vanier. I know you love Vanier very much, so I thought I'd mention that. I just wanted to know, because I was reading, I got some very interesting emails in my inbox this weekend about this. And I was just wondering if you could comment, like, it's not just people who've experienced homelessness who require supportive housing. There's many other people, let's say with some sort of setback, who need supportive housing. I was wondering if you could comment what groups, like I'm thinking specifically, you know, women fleeing violence or veterans, like who are the kinds of people who need supportive housing? And yeah, if you could just comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've named two key groups right there. I would also say young people actually really do need supportive housing. We've got some great properties throughout our city for that. And certainly I would say families at this stage, there's a few families that would fit in that kind of category, not that many, but seniors are the other big one. I mean, long-term care is supportive housing. And I think also folks who are waiting for a bed that is in a supportive environment who are staying in hospital, that number is huge. They're in alternative level of care beds. Certainly with the Royal Ottawa, that's a context. And then especially the long-term care story is very much that story as well.
And thank you. And then just quick follow-up. I know Montreal did their assessment that, you know, someone staying in a shelter is, I believe, $15,000 a month, and then supportive housing was $3,000 to $5,000. Do we have those numbers for Ontario? What the cost savings would be on this?
Yeah, I can't do really quick math right now, but I know that it's $53 a day for one person for a supportive housing unit. I don't have the shelter numbers. You actually probably have them more than I do, other than the yearly total, of course.
Okay, thank you so much.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and thanks for the indulgence in a second question. Katie, you've watched a lot of different projects in the housing sector move forward. This parcel is going to cost us $18.5 million. We know we have the funding, but for a parcel this large, are you surprised at the price tag?
Yeah, it's the land. It's the land. That's the really good piece of this, right?
Does it strike you as overpaying?
No, I think this is underpaying, if anything else, because of the land. And I think really, having spoken actually with the Archdiocese, they very much said, you know, we could have gotten a lot more for this, which is absolutely true. Probably 50-60 million was their estimate. So they are choosing to do something for the community by having it be given to the city for 18 million.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a delegation from Scott Charlwood. I believe that's online. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Okay, we may not be able to connect with Scott Charlwood, so let's move to AG Scafidi. Okay. Welcome. Just turn your microphone on, please. There's a button right at the bottom of there. Go ahead. Thanks.
Good day, Mayor and councillors. I'm here on so much short notice. And to the best of my ability, I'm going to try to represent and express the concerns and views of the immediate community. We only became known to this information about a week or so ago after an article by Randall Denley came out. And in fact, from the Ottawa Citizen, he even refers to this plan as a half-baked plan and raises all kinds of questions. And nevertheless, the immediate community, upon hearing about this, there's a scramble among us to try to figure out what's going on. So I'll read some from prepared notes. Given the overload of information that Laurier Street homeowners have had to process and respond to within an unreasonable amount of time, it's clear that the municipality is under pressure from higher levels of government to meet housing targets. There are links to these documents from within the report and another document entitled Integrated Transition. These reports, I set eyes on them 5 days ago. And reading just a snippet from the Integrated Transition document. Whereas Minister Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, when announcing the investment into the program, stated that these investments were critical so our municipal partners can spend more time focusing on providing vulnerable Ontarians with the supports they need to stay in their homes or get the housing they need, et cetera, et cetera. It just, that document covers a whole gamut of the critical issues with respect to housing matters. Laurier Street in particular have been the low-hanging fruit for our municipality, and our elected officials have exploited this. I've tried to deal with the city over many years with various issues. One being with the transportation corridor that was imposed upon the community without really thorough investigation to the consequences of that. Given the myriad points of contention that can be raised and argued upon, I believe that a community consensus has been reached and that the focus will have to be on the financial economic point as well as the social issues. City of Ottawa, please explain to us, the taxpaying constituents, how our elected officials justify spending 18.5 million plus of our tax dollars on a property currently appraised at 9.1 million by MPAC. Please provide your evidence of this justification. Given that there's no way or form to provide this within a 5-minute window, we of Ward 18 request a delay and pause on today's vote regarding the purchase. Councillor Carr, you were elected to represent the Ward 18 residents. What constrained you from obtaining all of Ward 18 resident input on the city plan to purchase 1245 Kilbourne Place? How was it that the only way the homeowners became aware of this is on account of an article by the Ottawa Citizen? I reject this label. First I heard this label a few days ago, NIMBYism. This acronym has nothing to do with our concerns. Our freedom of speech and expression and the right to fair and reasonable representation by our elected representative has been interfered with. We have civil and political rights to be heard and do not accept decision-making processes by our elected representatives that treat us, I'll make up another acronym, as PUASUs. Put up and shut up. Put up and shut up, or else you will be labeled NIMBYists. There's several submissions that went in. I don't know to what extent councils have had opportunity to read through a lot of them. They're very valid concerns that have been raised. There's also very valid.
Sir, I apologize for interrupting, but that's your time. So if you just want to wrap up in 10 seconds or so, that.
Well, I'll wrap up with this. And respectfully, I'm going to play a clip. It's a few seconds. And I'll preempt that by saying we share the same philosophy.
Maybe just wrap up with your own thoughts, sir, if you don't mind. Just to, we're already past time, sir.
Okay. I have to find it here. Like I say, 5 days to prepare for something like this. Obviously, the people that here before me had tons of time to prepare.
Why don't we stop there? And there are a couple of councillors who have questions, so we'll get to those. Conseiller Plante.
Yes, hi. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir. What's your name?
My name is Angelo Scapiti.
Hi, sorry about that. Thank you for coming to delegate today. I'm not quite sure I understand how this is a freedom of speech or freedom, your rights. I'm not quite sure how that's being trampled on here, but I would encourage you, if you want to explore this a bit more, just around the corner at the courthouse at 155 Elgin, there's a trial going on right now where some of the best legal minds in the country are unpacking this in terms of what happened with the convoy, and that might help you, and it will certainly be something that I'm interested in following to see how that is not the case in this, and it certainly wasn't the case in the convoy either. So I thank you for your delegation, but I'm not sure this is the type of forum for what you're trying to say here. Merci.
What was your question?
No question. It was a comment on your comments. Merci.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your delegation today. I'm wondering if your concept of half-baked may be something you could see as a good thing. When I think half-baked, I think then there's a lot still to be baked. Like there's a lot more to come, and that's what the motion indicates, that there's a lot of consultation and a lot of thinking. The property itself has to go through a few analyses and conditions of sale. I think if something came to us fully baked, that'd be a real problem. But when something comes to us half-baked, that's perfect. Is it possible you could see something half-baked as being a good thing?
Oh, no, I do see that as a good thing, that it is half-baked and it's recognized as being half-baked, I think. But my point of contention, as well as several of the homeowners in the area that I've spoken to, and we've spoken among each other, is that our councillor, our elected representative, did not contact all of Ward 18. We only find out about this 5-6 days ago via media. So that is a big question. Why? That's my reference to freedom of expression and speech. We should have been contacted and said, hey, you know, this plan has been on the go for about 3 years. We would like your input. We had no opportunity for that.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, I guess the clarification would be that on a purchase of this sort, it's not necessarily a consultation opportunity. We don't do that normally, but all the rest of it, there will be tons of consultation that you'll have a lot of time to participate in. But anyway, I'll leave that with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. The next presentation is from Corey DeCosta.
Well, I think there's a question here.
Oh, so I was gonna, yeah. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, just before you go though, just before you get started, if you wouldn't mind turning the microphone off, sir, just before you leave. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, just hang on one sec. Just before,
okay.
While we're waiting for you to get online, Peter, can you just explain the normal process of when we acquire a piece of land for any purpose? What the normal sequence of events is, and when or if the public is notified typically, and that sort of thing, just because my understanding is that we're within the normal sort of course of events here.
And Mr. Mayor, so the corporate real estate office is really governed by the land acquisition policy that's approved by council that guides us through the process to acquire land. So we have to follow that process. And then there's also the delegative authority bylaw. So in this case, The property that we're looking to purchase is over $2 million, which is above any delegated authority threshold for staff. If this property were below $2 million, this would be done at a delegated authority level. This is really, when we're acquiring property, the real estate office is doing that because there's a request from a department to acquire the land. It's really a business matter. And if this property was under $2 million, it'd be done at delegated authority. The ward council would be made aware, but it wouldn't be coming up to this type of public discussion. We report up to council as we do twice a year on all our delegated authority actions.
And similarly, properties are exchanged all the time in the marketplace without, if the use of the property, if there's a change in the purpose of the use of the property, then that is an issue that would come before planning committee and come before council. But the acquisition itself, there are all kinds of properties that change hands. Sometimes the city is involved in the transaction, sometimes it's not. But the actual transaction would not be something that would be the subject of widespread public consultation. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Again, a lot of it depends on the value when the city's involved. If it's over 2 million, we're before committee. If it's under 2 million, it's done at a staff level.
Yeah.
And again, it's predicated on a request from a department. So after we acquire it, that the group that's going to program it will then present a plan to committee and council on what they want to do with the property once it's purchased. But this is really a business action.
Thank you. All right, Corey DaCosta, if you're ready, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee about the proposed acquisition of 244, 1247 Kilbourne Place. So while the city has been examining solutions for the urgent and acute supportive housing need and apparently negotiating the price of this site for some time, due to confidentiality agreements with the seller, the city's plan to purchase this site and turn it into a hub with housing and on-site services was only publicized less than 2 weeks ago through an August 24th report in the Ottawa Citizen by Blair Crawford and a CBC report by Guy Kenville. And 13 days total, but only 7 business days at the end of the summer when many people are on vacation is not a lot of time for the community to process and petition either in favor of or against the acquisition of this site. And a concern is that spending a substantial amount of money earmarked for supportive housing on this single site effectively locks the city into using this one site as a primary location for solving the supporting housing shortage. And this will have been done without consulting the surrounding community. And only after the site is purchased and the city's locked into using it for this purpose will the community be consulted. Now, this is too late. To engender a local support for the site's development, which is ultimately going to be crucial for its success, it's important that the community expected to integrate the supportive housing be consulted before the site's acquisition, certainly something of this magnitude. Now, I understand that nothing has been finalized, and Councillor Carr has said that the site could potentially house over 100 people. And it was mentioned that this represents roughly a quarter of almost the 400 people on the current wait list for supportive housing. Now, housing these people is both important and urgent. Nobody's arguing with that. But expecting one community to be responsible for solving such a large proportion of the supporting housing crisis is unreasonable and not a viable solution. The equitable solution with the best chance of success involves all of Ottawa's communities in 24 wards, from Cumberland to West Carleton, from Rideau Vanier to Rideau Goulburn. So to be clear, I'm not opposed to the city acquiring the site for supportive housing or to simply protect its development. In fact, because it's unclear what exactly the city's plan for the site is, I'm unable to say one way or another whether I support its acquisition, or I oppose its acquisition. But the fact that the local community has not been consulted, has only been made aware of the site's acquisition in its 11th hour, does not engender trust. And I think it's reasonable for the community to be apprehensive based on this quick turnaround time alone, never mind the ambiguity. And so for this reason, I think it's not unreasonable to propose a motion that the committee delay approving acquisition until the appropriate consultation and engagement with the community through some sort of open and transparent, inclusive town hall meeting or meetings. Just make us a partner to discuss this. And my hope is that increasing that inclusivity that will come out of that, consultation prior to acquisition of the site will lead to more trust and support from the community, who in the end is going to need to be a willing and contributing partner for the ultimate success of this project. And that's all I have to say. And thank you for considering my request.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Plante.
Hi, Corey. Thank you for your presentation, and shout out to the sort of 24 and 24 that you referenced. That's from Sylvie Bigra of the Lower Town Community Association. They have been advocating for that for quite some time now. I just wanted to push back on your comment that Ward 12, which is Rideau Vanier, which you mentioned, needs to sort of take its fair share. As you know, we have the highest concentration of men's only shelters, injection sites, day centers. We have children living in motels because they're refugees. We've also have our Bernard-Grandmaid Recreational Center, which is being used right now to house people. So we are doing our fair share. We are quite concerned with the housing and homelessness crisis. And, I would suggest that putting us in a basket of people who aren't doing that is not really fair. And yeah, thanks. That's it.
I'd like to apologize. Certainly my goal here was not to accuse anybody of not doing their share. The point I was just simply trying to make is that when there's a wait list of 396 and the plan is to potentially put 100 into one new location, that just seems, without this consultation, it seems like a lot to expect of, or an unreasonable expectation of one community out of the gate. So I apologize. I certainly was not trying to single out any. I was trying to make the point that I think this is very much a citywide problem, and Alta Vista does contribute to supporting housing already. And I don't think it's fair to say that we are not doing that. But I think consultation is important and something this magnitude. And I think that's all I was trying to say. So first of all, my apologies. I certainly wasn't trying to signal out anybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'll just reiterate again that there will be consultation on the use of the property. This is purely about the acquisition of the property. That's the only decision that's being made today. We're going to go back to Scott Charlwood to see if we're able to connect. Scott Charlwood, if you're there, please go ahead.
Hello there.
Go ahead, please.
Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd just like to preface by saying that I have my camera turned off. I know that there is no sense in hoping for anonymity in this situation. I just would like to state that the reason that I have my camera turned off is I had tried to engage in some civil conversation over social media last week regarding this situation. I was threatened with violence from multiple people that if I showed up at the actual meeting this morning, and I won't go into any details of exactly what was said, but it was pretty concerning. I do understand this is a hot button topic on both sides. I feel that, as an Ottawa citizen for 37 years in my life, I've seen the effects of poverty and homelessness in this city, and something definitely needs to be done. I feel that the consultation and the timeline of the consultation seems to be what people are having a difficult time with. I feel that we as voters, we as citizens would, prefer the courtesy of a little bit of leeway in order for us to be able to come up with, points on one side of the argument or the other. As our last speaker pointed out, most of us aren't against this idea. However, I think we're against the idea of what kind of feels like things were done quickly behind closed doors so that things could get kind of moved along really quick without people having a lot of time or opportunity to be able to say something. So I think that's kind of where from what I've gathered, speaking to my neighbors in the community, and as I said, a lot of people are not opposed to this. As myself, I'm not completely opposed to this. I would just like a little bit more of a timeline for us to be able to understand, as the citizens in direct contact within a few blocks of the proposed site. I think that it would be beneficial to everyone on council as well as the citizens in my area, just to know that we're being heard before everything is said and done. Now, I do understand that, you know, this is just the vote as to whether or not the land will be picked up and purchased. So I guess really the one thing that I do want to point out is that there's a price tag that's been put out of 18 million, which by all means seems like a really good price to pick up this parcel of land, or whatever the end outcome would be. But I do have one kind of searing question involved in this. Now, one other dollar amount that's been put on this is the $21 million for remediation. Now, I'm sure that you are all aware that this site is highly contaminated with asbestos. Now, this is the reason why the Archdiocese decided not to move forward with doing the remediation themselves, because they found that the price was too cost prohibitive, and they figured that it would be better to release this cost to the next purchase or next purchaser, which in this case could very well be our city. So I'm just wondering, where did the $21 million for remediation number come up? And is council aware of the fact that this building has asbestos throughout? And is this something that's been added into and baked into the cost of the future development of this site?
Okay, is that the end of your presentation, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just I'm just posing the question there at the end, and I'm hoping that that maybe there's some answers there, and yeah, that's it. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott, for your presentation. I absolutely understand your concerns with consultation, and I'll be putting forward via Councillor Leeper later a direction that staff will work with me as the councillor and the community on consultations once the site has been purchased. There will be extensive consultations on this, and I'm hoping you and everyone else in the community will participate. Our real estate transaction process doesn't allow for public input. It's just not one of those processes, but there will be a lot of consultation to come ahead. I'll also just mention, you mentioned about the state of the building. As part of the conditions of the acquisition, there is a requirement for a building condition audit, a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment as well. And one of my colleagues will putting forward a direction that information will come back to council. And I'm just going to make one point of clarification. I don't believe that it's 21 million for remediation. I believe that includes the price, but I'm just going to ask staff if you could respond on that. That would be helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a price tag on we have any remediation. The building condition audit's ongoing. I think the number he's referring to is the 18.5 plus money to close on the project. So taxes and whatnot. So it's 21 million total, but that's not, we don't have a price tag for any type of remediation because we haven't completed our due diligence yet.
Yeah, perfect. So sorry, Scott, that 21 million just includes the cost of the building plus closing costs and other associated costs. But once we have all the reports done, then we'll get a better idea of what any repair costs are. But thank you very much for coming out today. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Can I just ask one more quick thing then? So if the remediation of the asbestos has not been included in that cost, is there any way of sort of keeping the reins on cost overruns here, or as well, would this not be something that would be wanted to be examined by the city pre-purchase
So
It seems to me asbestos is one
Yeah,
of
we
those,
can-
one of those types of things where you need to be pretty careful if you're gonna purchase a building. You know, put the cart before the horse. You don't know what's inside that building. You could be talking some serious, you know, either serious health issues for the proposed new tenants,
Yeah.
or major cost overruns when it comes to actual remediation. So is this something that's been baked into the cost?
So I'll
You know,
just jump
from what
in to
I'm hearing,
say,
no.
thank
So I'm
you
just
for raising
wondering
that
what
concern.
plan, if
Sure.
any, is there?
Thank you for raising that concern, and it'll be up
tackle
to
this
members
problem.
of the committee whether they address that with a question to staff. Thank you. We'll move next to Nezahat Turigan. Hope I was saying that correctly or close enough. Welcome to you.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at your meeting in this matter. My name is Nezahat Turegun, and I'm the resident of Alta Vista neighborhood, where the supportive housing project is proposed. I am deeply concerned about the rationale and potential consequences of this project. As an immigrant myself, I am all for supportive housing for vulnerable groups in society. The guiding principle of supportive housing is community, dispersal, and integration. What is proposed here, however, violates that principle. Designating a 100+ room building for supportive housing on a large and isolated piece of property will, I fear, result in the segregation of the targeted resident groups from the community, not in their integration into the community. I am aware of the housing crisis in our city. I know how desperate the situation is. However, it looks like the city is rushing to decide on such a big project without providing enough time to consult residents on a change that will have significant effects on their neighborhood, safety, property prices, and quality of life. Also, how would the prospective residents see themselves living in a single-out, isolated campus arrangement? Is this fair to them? Has the city studied and taken account of the risks of this massive proposal for the community at large, including safety, environment, and property valuation? If so, I would like to know the results. If not, I would like to know if it intends to carry out one. Why doesn't the city consider small-scale supportive housing projects dispersed within the across-the-border community, rather than singling out a particular neighborhood with a large-scale and concentrated project? I am hoping that your committee will have an all-around look at this proposal before making a decision. Also, you have talked about this meeting is about buying the property, not use of the property, but the word came out. We accidentally figured it out what this property is going to be used for. So therefore, it's legitimate for us to talk about the project. Therefore, we need to talk about this project. When I first arrived to this country, I was lucky to live in a one-bedroom basement apartment within the community, that my integration was really possible because I knew who my neighbor was. I knew when I don't have the bread, whose house I'm going to knock. If we segregate these people, it's not fair to them. It's gonna look like if we keep it as is, it will look like a prison to me. Like, it's really important when the refugee comes to this country, or when the homeless is on the street, we need to really provide them a place. At G7 country, we live on a G7 country. We need to provide a sound and safe space that they will feel comfortable, their neighbor will feel comfortable. We don't want to have the stigma on those people that we so-called name it vulnerable people. I will really, really encourage City of Ottawa and my municipal government to look to this proposal really carefully, and really, really bottom line is the integration, it's not the segregation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Troster.
Hi, thanks so much for being here today. You were saying that you're concerned about up to 100 people living in this property. I'm just wondering, when you talk about small scale, what number would be acceptable to you?
I would love to see a house, a lower rise houses closer to my house, with families living there, with young people living there, few of them, disperse them into society, not a specific property that it's not fair to them, because what's going to happen, it's happening like in Lower Town, at the central town. People are staying away from certain streets. People are staying away from certain parks. So what we would really need to do is have housing that people can afford to rent.
Okay.
Affordable housing must be our priority.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify a few things, because I'm the councillor that represents Somerset Ward, which includes Centertown. So we have quite a lot of supportive housing in our neighborhood. And I can tell you, we do not have issues outside or around supportive housing.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I just finish?
Sure.
And they are often large concentrations of 60 or more homes. Because these buildings have built-in support for people, I'll tell you though, we have the highest number of unregulated rooming houses in my ward, and that is where we experience a lot of challenges. And we also experience challenges in the encampments that are set up in my neighborhood because there isn't enough supportive housing. So I just want to clarify from staff, we have not predetermined how many supportive homes might be on this site. Okay. So I also just want to ask you a question. You keep referring to the site as isolated, but my understanding is that it's very close to public transit and to other amenities.
When I said isolated, it looks like going to be a campus, correct? This is what we are confused, because it's not clear when you say we are going to house a vulnerable population. It's not really clear to us, to me especially, because I'm the advocate of I'm the advocate for against poverty, the social housing and this and that, but it's isolating, building a campus and putting 100, so-called 100, that's what the number was given to us. It's huge.
Right. Now, it is a large parcel of land.
It's not integrated to the it's outside of the community.
I'm going to jump in because I don't want this to turn into a debate. We're not, we're not meant to be debating on either side about these issues. And again, the issue that's before us today is simply whether we are acquiring the land. We're not debating what's good policy around this issue, right? So we are simply here to discuss whether the City of Ottawa should move forward with the acquisition of this piece of land at this price.
Great.
So.
Great.
But may I say something?
Not
please?
yet. I want to, if you're okay, Councillor Troster, or is there something else you wanted to?
Yeah,
ask
I
of
just
staff,
wanted to
or?
clarify from staff that the actual plan for what we do for this, with this land, will go through the traditional committee process, community consultation. Right. So this is simply this point about acquiring the land. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Troster. Conseillère Plante.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name, but I just wanted to invite you. Sorry?
Nezahat.
Hi. Okay. Thank you so much. And I was just going to invite you. I have some really wonderful supportive housing projects in Ward 12, John Howard Society and Options Bytown in particular. I don't like to play favorites, but I do like them a lot. And so I would invite you, if ever you want to come and see the work they do, I'm happy to come give you a tour. You know, they're really great projects, and I think it will sort of help sort of give a bigger picture for what your concerns are, because they do have about the same number of people in their units, depending on which John Howard unit we're looking at. But you know, I would love to have you come downtown and we can go visit them if ever you want to take that opportunity. So just the invite, I'm just putting it out there. Thank you.
Thank you for invitation. I know when it's built into community, 100% I will be there. And one is at Alta Vista, across my street, and it's perfectly fine. I'm not against that. I'm against the buying at this proportion of the huge property and making it designated to vulnerable people. I don't like the naming. I don't like it. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's if it's dispersed into the community, absolutely I am for it. Absolutely.
Okay, merci beaucoup. The invitation still stands. Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a delegation from Brandon Bay. Don't know if that's online or in person. That doesn't work that way. Sorry. If you don't arrive, then you can't delegate it to somebody else. Okay, let's move to Ali Pira. Ali Pira. Okay. Eugenie Waters. Eugenie Waters. Okay. Madison McCullough from Options Bytown. Okay, we may have Eugenie Waters, excuse me. We'll come back to Eugenie Waters, but go ahead. Welcome to both of you.
Good afternoon. My name is Madison McCullough, and I'm the Manager of Community and Partnership Development with Options Bytown, one of Ottawa's longest running providers of supportive housing to people experiencing homelessness. With me is the Executive Director of Options Bytown, Catherine Vanderlyn. Our organization believes that the city's proposal to purchase 1245 Kilbourne Place for supportive housing is a solution to Ottawa's delivery of affordable housing, as well as addressing Ottawa's homelessness crisis. At Options Bytown, we offer deeply affordable, low barrier, permanent supportive housing to people experiencing homelessness. We do this through the operation of 4 apartment buildings in residential neighborhoods, where we provide individual units and on-site supports 7 days a week in order to help our tenants remain housed and find stability. The supports we offer include help accessing health services, access to mental health and substance use health supports, help applying for financial assistance, help getting food, pet care, help addressing hoarding behavior. And sometimes really it's just a matter of being there to help reduce the loneliness and isolation that can come from having spent years living in shelter and on the streets. As I mentioned, our 4 supportive housing buildings are located in residential neighborhoods. We're located in Sandy Hill, the Byward Market, and Centertown. We've been in these neighborhoods for over 30 years. And during that time, we've been able to see the positive impacts that supportive housing can have on its surrounding community. Not only do we not receive complaints from our neighbors, we've seen a sense of community that's been built around our buildings. We have tenants who have become familiar faces in their neighborhoods and participate in every community event. We have neighbors who call us when they see someone struggling in the street because our neighbors trust us and they know that we're here to help. And we have neighbors who come to turn to us looking for opportunities to volunteer and to donate items to help our tenants. We also know that when people are stably housed, their use of emergency services decreases. So that means less interactions with the police and a decrease in use of emergency medical services. Supportive housing contributes to safe and vibrant communities. Over 2,000 people are currently homeless in our city. Hundreds of people are on the waiting list for supportive housing, and many of which are just waiting for Options by Town alone. So there's a need for supportive housing that our city has a responsibility to meet. And we know that supportive housing puts an end to homelessness. At Options by Town, 99% of our tenants remain housed. At Options by Town, we believe that everyone deserves a home, and a home is more than just a roof over your head. A home is somewhere you can feel safe. It's somewhere you can flourish. It's somewhere you can find community. And that's what the opportunity, that's what this location has the potential to be. We strongly endorse the recommendation to purchase 1245 Kilbourne Place for the purpose of supportive housing and other services to address the housing and homelessness crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plante?
Yes, hi gang, hi, how's it going? I just wanted to first say we love you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. One of the questions I had was, number one, did you fix your elevator? And number two, that was a joke. I got stuck in their elevator a couple months ago for quite some time. Anyway, and number two, I was just wondering, when you talk about sort of having that sense of community and having people sort of live in a space and they all sort of trust each other, can you talk about why that is important for someone who is, maybe coming out of the shelter system, or someone who may be leaving a dangerous situation? Like, why is that sense of having not only just a sense of community, but having a door with dignity important for people?
I think that having a sense of community could be important for anybody. But especially folks who are coming out of the shelter system. Some people spend years in the shelters, living in the streets, and it's extremely traumatic. In my experience as working as a housing-based case manager, I could see that whenever we transition someone into housing from shelter, those first few months are extremely crucial. It's a very isolating experience to now find yourself alone in an apartment and kind of cut off perhaps from some of the supports that you had received before. That's what's great of having some buildings that are intended for this purpose. We have built-in supports to ensure that people are no longer isolated and that they have access to the supports that they require. And as I mentioned, in the first few months, it's extremely vital to have that.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. I hear the term high acuity sort of being thrown around a lot as like, should someone go into shelters? Should someone go in supportive housing? Should they go into social housing, affordable housing? I was wondering if you could address what that tag means and how we can sort of assess people in a way that is going to get them into the housing that they deserve.
Typically, when we talk about someone who's high acuity, we're talking about someone who has high levels of support needs. I'm not sure. In terms of, better assessing people, I don't know that I really have that answer right now. We do typically do assessments at the shelter. And then we continue to do those assessments with the individual where we explore different areas of their life. And through that assessment, we get a sense of what their level of support need is. And that might give us some indication whether this person would do better living in supportive housing or living independently in the private market. Catherine, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, just to add to that, and thanks for the question, Councillor Plante, is that we know that with the lack of supportive housing that is needed in our city, a lot of people who are high acuity or have high support needs go and live in apartments or affordable housing where there aren't supports built in. And it can be quite disruptive in neighborhoods and in communities. So having dedicated supports, whether that's through a Housing First model that we also operate, or supportive housing within supportive housing buildings, similar to what we're talking about here, really helps and goes a long way to stabilizing all communities and individuals.
Merci beaucoup et merci pour le magnifique travail que vous faites dans la communauté.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the work that you do in the community. Obviously, it's critical to our success as a city. The two questions I think for you, based on some of the things that I've heard from delegations this morning. The first was, we heard one of the delegations speak to a highly distributed model of supportive housing, in which people are in households of an apartment here, an apartment there. Is that practical?
No, that would not be practical. It wouldn't be possible to offer supports to people when they are living in individual apartments spread out across the city. That's why it's most practical and I assume cost effective to have a singular building that has the supports built in. In our buildings, for example, tenants can just take the elevator when they work down to the main floor, and they can access our housing support office. So their supports are quite literally right outside of their door. If we were looking at a different model where we had people living, for example, the Housing First model, where we do place people in their individual units spread across the city, that's great for people who don't require those supports, but those who do, it wouldn't be functional.
Yeah, and is that just a function of staff needs, of people having to drive in Ottawa traffic from, one apartment to the next apartment, to the next house, to the next apartment?
Yeah, and also people who require those supports or who want those supports typically need them right away. It's not feasible to have to get on a bus. We talked about transportation earlier today. To get on a bus for 2 hours to get a support for calling your doctor, it wouldn't work.
No, and it's understood. The second question, there's been an assumption. I understand why the community's made it. They don't have a lot of information with which to work. I got the report when everybody else did. I've got some familiarity with the subject matter. I have enough information to make the decision to support this acquisition today, but many in the community are just coming to grips with this. There's nothing in the report that indicates that any future development is going to be of any particular size, right? And yet we've heard it's going to put a lot of people in, or the option is open to put very few people in. What are options by towns? Forgive me if I use the wrong word. Cluster sizes? How big are your buildings? Do you have thoughts on the appropriate size of building in order to achieve the best outcomes? And what can we tell residents about the right size of supportive housing development to put on this site as we make those decisions in the months to come?
In our two main supportive housing buildings, we house approximately 60 tenants in each. From our experience, having 60 tenants in a building works fine. From my understanding, from somewhere between 40 to 60 tenants in a building is the ideal situation.
Yeah, so as we move through the decision about how to use this site, it's possible that the entire, was it a seminary? I'm sorry. It's a seminary. What was the building? Is that the appropriate word? Thank you, Pedro. Seminary. Some of that may be best used for administration and services that go along with it. Maybe the right thing to do with this parcel is to build a new building on the property that is right sized for the outcomes that we want to achieve. But it's interesting to hear the size of buildings that you have, which sound intuitively like the right ones, but I'll look forward to that consultation. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Madison. Appreciate your presentation. Let's try to go back to Eugenie Waters, if you're there.
Yep. Hi, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Okay, go ahead, please. Catherine, thank you, Madison. Appreciate your presentation. Let's try to go back to Eugenie Waters, if you're there.
I'm here. Yep. Hi, I'm here.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, go ahead, please. We're getting some feedback somehow. I don't know. Appreciate your presentation.
There's a.
Let's try to go back to Eugenie Waters.
I'm here. There's just a lot of echoing, so I'll try and go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, I just wanted to provide a submission and express my strong support for the city to go ahead with the purchase of the lands at 1245 Kilbourne Place. Just a lot of echoing, so I'll try and go ahead. I just wanted to provide a submission and express my strong support.
I'm going to jump in. Are you watching the meeting on YouTube, or are you getting? Yeah, so you're hearing the meeting on a delayed basis. So if you could turn off any other sound that you have around you, and then just
begin. Is that better? Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I was trying to keep track of when I would be up on this meeting. I apologize. Yeah, so I just wanted to express my support. I'm a community family doctor in Ottawa. I've been working in the community for over 10 years. And I've also been working that whole time at the Ottawa Hospital on an inpatient acute hospital ward. And so I'll just pull up what I was going to say here. Yeah, so I just want to provide my strong support for the city to go ahead with the purchase of these lands at Kilbourne Place to provide supportive housing units and hopefully the building of more affordable housing as quickly as possible. In my roles as a community family doctor and also working in the hospital, I see firsthand the impacts on people in terms of their health when they are unstably housed, unsheltered, experiencing homelessness, or vulnerable to experiencing homelessness. And in contrast, I also see people who greatly benefit from supportive housing environments due to their complex psychosocial and medical needs. And it's really it makes a tremendous difference for the healthcare provider in terms of providing care when you know that your patient has housing and has the supports that they need in the community. And it makes it a lot easier for healthcare professionals to do their job and much more fulfilling for the patient and for the healthcare provider. And I just wanted to really note that patients who are unhoused or precariously or unstably housed come from all over the city of Ottawa. I definitely see this in my practice. They come from suburban communities, they come from urban, rural, all areas. And but I practice basically in Vanier. And so I see firsthand, and I know through living in these communities that, this area has a disproportionate amount of the services and affordable housing and shelter services for the entire city. And so I do think that these challenges need to be addressed across the city. And I think it's a really positive development to see this large amount of land hopefully becoming available for supportive housing. And I just, working in the hospital, we see a huge impact on length of stay. So how many days people stay in hospital when they don't have stable housing, or especially when they need supportive housing. And this is a main reason that people stay in hospital longer than they need to. So they're ready to go home, but they don't have a stable place to go. They don't have the supportive housing that they need. And it's similar to the long-term care crisis. And I think it's just, it's terrible when people, can't leave the hospital. They're well enough to do so, or they do, and they go back to a very unstable situation and inevitably will come back to the hospital. Lastly, I just wanted to comment that I live, between near where my clinic is. There's the Water Ridge development, which has Veterans House. I'm sure many people are aware of it. It's a brand new mixed-use residential development. There are beautiful parks nearby. There are, a wide diversity of people living in that community already, although it's still under construction. And Veterans House, from what I understand, has about 40 single units in its own building with beautiful facilities. And having, ridden my bike through there many times, it seems to function really well, and I've never heard anything negative about it. So I would encourage people to be supportive of this. And if there are questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Hi, Dr. Waters. Thank you very much for your delegation today. I just have a quick question. In your experience and in working with people, what sort of services would you see as good to be integrated in a development like this that has a lot of potential? I mean, those discussions will be happening. We're going to have lots of them, but I just wondered while we have you on the line now if you could share any insights.
Well, I mean, I would say all the social, mental health supports, whether that be, social work or mental health counseling, action support and access to addiction services, just community, community health workers, personal support workers, people often need just to know that there's someone else there. Someone they can talk to, someone they trust. During the COVID vaccination period, I went in to do community vaccination with Ottawa Public Health at Options by Town throughout Vanier and Overbrook. And so I experienced firsthand, working alongside a lot of the staff that Options by Town has. And one of the things that was really great is they have, tenant support workers as well, so peer support, and that seems to be quite effective. And I mean, I think there's probably the possibility of some on-site medical services, but I don't think that's necessary. I think it's more the social services that people need.
Thank you very much.
Human connection and support.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. We're going to go next to Nahida Tanous, who I believe is online. Okay, we're not able to connect there, so let's move next to Eric Davidson. If you're online, you have to put your name in as your handle. So it can't be a phone number or something else. It has to be your full name if we're going to invite you into the discussion. So we can try to come back to those people. Mark McCauley from Salis, Ottawa, if you're there. Mark, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Mark. Go right ahead.
So I'm Mark McCauley, CEO of Ottawa Salis. We've been around the city of Ottawa for over 45 years. We serve over 800 people through our supportive housing across the city of Ottawa in 14 buildings dispersed across the city. And one of our biggest challenges we have is that many people don't know who we are because we integrate well within our neighborhoods and our clients work well, and we know supportive housing works well. I want to thank first the city staff for their outstanding work preparing the report and the recommendations. This is not just the purchase of a property, it is a strategic move to help part of the larger health and community ecosystem. It is a long-term strategic investment in program support and services for some of our community's most marginalized and disadvantaged members. Ottawa Salis is very pleased to endorse this purchase. Following Housing First best principles and best practices, together with the city and our community partners, we can see this purchase as the foundation to reimagine how we will advance supportive housing unit development, but also coordinated service delivery and integration across the housing and homeless sector and our broader healthcare system. So please take this as a full endorsement and support, and looking forward to the opportunity to work with our larger and broader community in the consultations for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. And Mark, thank you for being here today. You know the regard in which I hold the work that you do, and I'm pleased that you're doing it so much in Kitchissippi Ward where we need it. Mark, you've seen the price tag, $18.5 million. I know that Salis is sort of constantly in a look around with respect to land and the ability to expand. Are we overpaying at $18.5 million?
No, that's an incredible deal for a piece of land that size, and the potential. And what we have to think about is the potential of what might be imagined. And we're starting in that journey, but this is the investment up front, and it's a solid investment from Salis's perspective.
What about its location? We hear about it being potentially isolated. I don't know if you had a close look at the parcel to see where it is and where it's located, but
I did. I actually have driven by to really get a good sense and look at all the services that are close by. It's a really good location. And I think, you know, right now we have ideas, the community, everybody has ideas, but what we have to do is allow a process to unfold to see what we can imagine together as a community. And the location is an excellent, this is a one-of-a-kind opportunity for the city. And I think it's going to put us on next level addressing the larger supportive housing and affordable housing in the city.
I agree. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. So I think we have been able to connect with Nahida Tanus. Nahida Tanus, if you're there, we'll get you hooked up so you can make your presentation. Okay. All right, let's try, should we try Eric Davidson? Eric Davidson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hello. So looking at this file and the acquisition of the land makes me think a lot about a conversation I had with one of the councillors during the last election. I won't name names, but they said that other companies succeed because they have a culture of moving fast and breaking things. And in Ottawa, we have a culture of moving slowly and missing things. We have declared a homelessness crisis. Those aren't my words. That's the city's own, assessment of the situation. That's, as far as I'm aware, the province's assessment of the situation. And in a crisis, you don't stop to consult. You don't stop to ask questions and find ideal solutions. Could you imagine if you called a fireman to your house because your house was on fire and he got there and he wanted to make sure he was parked in a place that wasn't going to inconvenience anyone? And what color are you going to paint the kitchen once you start rebuilding and everything? And no, your house is on fire. He moves quickly. He moves decisively. He gets things done. Every day that homeless people or people suffering from homelessness, whatever language you choose to use, remain on the street is a day that poses a danger to them, whether it's exposure or drug addiction or violence. The city has had an opportunity to buy a property at a pretty respectable value. I appreciate that it's not the solution that a lot of us would like. The location's not great. It's not very walkable. Alta Vista is largely a monoculture of mediocre single-family homes. The building is in rough shape. It is a 1950s era building. It's probably got a lot of nasty stuff in it, but nothing that can't be refurbished. Maybe it is a bit too big. I personally prefer, more dispersed social housing. I understand the kind of benefits of that, and I understand the community want for that. But this is a solution that we have in hand. We have an opportunity to move to mitigate this crisis, and I think it would be a damn shame for the city to just pass that up over more bureaucracy and more steps and consultations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you for your delegation. I'm going to follow the example of Councillor Plant, and I'm going to invite you for a tour of Alta Vista, and I'll show you places that aren't a monolith. If you're interested, send me an email. But thank you for your delegation.
Okay, thank you. Let's move next to Rachel Wilson from the Ottawa Food Bank. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Rachel Wilson, and I'm the CEO of the Ottawa Food Bank. I'm here representing the Ottawa Food Bank and the 112 emergency food programs that are members of our network. We strongly support the city's proposal to acquire 1245 Kilbourne Place for permanent supportive housing. This acquisition represents a critical opportunity to address homelessness and affordable housing in our city. In Ottawa, food insecurity is a significant symptom of poverty, exacerbated by issues such as inflation, income inequality, and the lack of affordable housing. The number of visits have increased to food banks by 37% in the last year alone. This has led to a crisis. Think of food banks as early indicators of community distress. When our numbers rise, it signals a deeper issue, and the link between food insecurity and housing are clear. People go without meals first, followed by bills and rent. We consistently find that the lack of affordable housing is the primary driver of hunger in our community. Nearly 50% of the individuals who rely on a food bank in our network are paying market rent, revealing that even those meeting their housing expenses often struggle with food insecurity. Many are forced to make the difficult decision between paying for housing or buying groceries, leading them to turn to a food bank and an emergency food program to make ends meet. This underscores the vital link between stable housing and access to nourishing meals. We are aligning ourselves with the city's perspective that we urgently need more affordable housing to comprehensively address poverty. The concept of permanent supportive housing, as exemplified by the proposed acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place, represents a significant step towards achieving this essential goal. Food programs in Ottawa do all they can to address the basic needs of families and individuals. Our network continues to serve hundreds of people housed in hotels and motels, rooming houses, and in need of supportive and permanent housing. But emergency food support is not enough to keep people off the streets or out of shelters. Our city has a significant lack of affordable housing, and until this is addressed, we will continue to see record numbers of people turning to food banks. Permanent supportive housing, like the possibility envisioned at 1245 Kilbourne Place, aligns seamlessly with this preventative approach. This is a good investment. Whether it is supportive housing or market rent, more housing will help alleviate the current crisis. The cost of poverty is clear. If the city is not willing to support this purchase now, you will pay for it later through increased costs in shelters, hotels, and police and health and social services. We urge you to approve this purchase as a pivotal step in the fight against homelessness and housing in our city. By investing in affordable housing, we can reduce the dependence on food banks and shelters, ultimately working towards a more secure and prosperous city for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Thanks for all you and your team do. Okay, next is Marko Miljusevich. Marko Miljusevich.
Hey, hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. A lot of people have echoed some very good points so far in the delegations, and I think I'll probably mention a couple more of them here and hopefully some new ones. As mentioned by quite a few people, we are in a housing crisis. Everyone here can acknowledge that. And it's funny that a lot of people have brought up the point of the price for this piece of land that we're paying. And I think that should fully support the idea that we're in a housing crisis. Having to pay this much for land is absolutely absurd, but that is the fact that a lot of people currently in Ottawa and many other places in Canada are dealing with. I think it is a very good price that we should be willing to pay to fix an issue that a lot of people here have clearly agreed that we currently face in Ottawa. Housing and homelessness is definitely a big problem here. Another thing that a couple people have mentioned is the fact that this might lower their property value in the area. I think that is while it may be a concern, I think it is a very minor concern of all things. Worrying about whether your property drops by a couple percentage points seems like we have our priorities kind of misaligned there when there's the fact that a lot of people are having to live on the streets during our cold winters, not knowing where they're going to be tomorrow, you worrying about whether your house drops a couple $1,000s in value seems kind of insane to me. It seems like we kind of lack the sympathy that I feel like I'd hope our city members should have towards each other. It almost seems like some people don't view homeless people as humans. They kind of view them as someone that they'd wish they'd get out of their city. Another thing people keep mentioning is that this would bring kind of a safety concern to their community. As I think Stephanie Pont has mentioned a couple times, like her ward obviously deals with a lot of this, and it doesn't seem fair to put this into just one specific area of the city. We should be looking to spread this out to a bunch of different areas, and I think this is a great step forward in that sense. I wish, if anything, my community would also take on some of these issues. I think putting a lot of homeless people into one specific area of the city could definitely be a concern, because then you have a lot of people who might be afraid to be around people like that. And I can understand that concern, but that is, if anything, that is an argument for why we should be spreading that throughout the whole city and not just in one area. I would really hope that, the people who are arguing from a sense of their property values and stuff like that in the area really understand that this is an issue that affects all of Ottawa, and that we need all of Ottawa to join in to fix this. I think another thing too is when we talk about whether we should, tackle this issue or whether it should be left to how we're currently dealing with things, it's very obvious that our current solution or lack of solution is not enough. We currently, a lot of the ways that we deal with this housing issue for homeless people is short-term housing, as others mentioned. And in the long run, this costs the city more money. The people that have to live in shelters or hotels or whatever, this costs the city more in the grand scheme of things. So worrying about whether your tax dollars are going towards this community housing here, or whether it's going to go to the short-term housing that they're currently using to help their issues, it seems insane, because you're spending more money right now than we would be if we went along this route. Honestly, overall, I think I can understand some points about the concerns that the people in the area have. Someone mentioned that, they think that this would look like a prison or something like that. It seems like these are very minor concerns when it comes to the overall idea that people are on the streets and struggling, and we need something to help them. And I think this is a great step forward, and I very much support the current idea that the city is going with purchasing this land. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Next is Jason Pino from Restoring Hope Ministries.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the Executive Director of Restoring Hope Ministries, which provides emergency shelter and other support services to youth experiencing homelessness. And on behalf of our board of directors and myself, I just wanted to say that we fully support the purchase of 1245 Kilbourne for the purpose of permanent supportive housing. While I've also been the director of Restoring Hope Ministries for 10 years, for 4 years, I was a supervisor for the Salvation Army Ottawa Booth Center housing program. And one of the things that we saw there was not only did it take a long time for people to qualify to be eligible for a housing supplement, but often many of those people that needed supportive housing were forced to go to the private market because they were not given the opportunity for a supportive housing unit. And what would often happen there is, without the support that they needed, those tendencies usually broke down pretty quickly, and we would wind up having to move people 2 or 3 times because of the lack of supports that they had in the private market. And the other effect of that is when a landlord has somebody in the private market building that needs supportive housing and doesn't get the support, and it doesn't work out, often that landlord will then be very slow to offer housing to anybody else coming in who maybe doesn't need that support, but they automatically get kind of lumped in in that same group. So if they see that they're on social assistance or if they're receiving a housing supplement, they won't get the opportunity to rent one of those units, even though they may have the means to do so. And so one person not getting the supportive housing that they need can sometimes not only affect them as an individual, but it would also have an effect on possibly 4, 5, 6 other people not getting housing that would have been able to get that housing otherwise, because of the effect that it might have on the landlord having that experience. So I wanted to offer that opinion on that. And then just secondly, I wanted to reiterate, I want to push back on the idea of needing to slow down on these decisions and increase consultations. In my experience, slowing down is how we've gotten to the point where we have 400, almost 400 people on the waiting list right now. And I want to speak to the effects. You know, we kind of have people talking about the effects of they want more consultation or they want the things to take longer and how it might affect them. But I want to speak to the effect that it actually has on the people who are sleeping on the streets and waiting for these housing opportunities. I think the effect is much greater on asking people, refugees living in hotel rooms, to wait even longer before units are made available to them, the effect that it's having on their families and on their children, the effects that it's having on the hundreds of people who are sleeping out on the street right now, waiting for an opportunity to be able to move into a unit. And not to be dramatic, but I'm currently sitting at my desk and looking at 14 funeral cards of people that I've worked with over the past, and these are just cards that I've collected over the past 3 or 4 months of people who have passed away waiting for affordable housing. I don't think we can understate the effect that not having a safe, affordable place to live has on somebody's mental state, on their ability to feel good about themselves, to overcome their challenges. And I would unashamedly ask that City Council move more quickly and not slower on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Jan, for your delegation today. And I'm just a little confused. So you're in support of what Councillor Carr is doing here, and you're saying we should be expeditious in making sure that we make people much happier. Good. And so on that, the other thing is, so you have no concerns with this and you support council moving forward on this, specifically Councillor Carr that's led the charge on this.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Thank you for your delegation, sir. Appreciate it. Let's move next to Kishanth Jayamurthy, who's here with us in the committee room. Good afternoon. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Keisha. I'm a resident of affordable housing in Lower Town East. I came in to speak in support of this the proposal to purchase this land for supportive housing. The land in question is well, prime land for affordable housing. As someone who lives in affordable housing, I know that being a location is important. Being close to facilities such as grocery stores, transit, social services, medical care is very important, because most of the time my family hadn't had a car for a while, and being able to walk to our local services, especially as someone who's tight on money with equity pass and affordable transit, makes it easier if those locations are closer to those people. Sorry. So, sorry.
Take your time. You're
Yeah.
doing great. Take your time.
Yeah, location is very important for people in situations such as people in supportive housing. Look, yeah, being able to access services and schools, medical care and all that with a reasonable distance, as well as access to transit throughout giving you access throughout the city is very important. Its location beside Billings Bridge, as well as beside other affordable housing, gives people who would potentially live in supportive housing on this land advantage in trying to move up in their life. The location where I live is close to affordable food, affordable service, affordable healthcare, and affordable services, which I was able to use for most of my life growing up. And I'm now at a point where I'm able to move out of those supportive elements and move on with my life eventually. But I wouldn't be able to be in the position where I am if it wasn't for those services I would had access to because of the location I lived in. So this, what I'm saying is basically having this location being supportive housing, especially with its proximity to many services that people of lower incomes desperately need, is very important. As well as the main reason I came to speak out was because of certain conflicts and tension that this brought in the media, where people who spoke out against the project brought up certain statistics that I have experienced negatively affects people in my situation, where the idea that low-income housing in general brings crime or certain other poorly construed statistics. And I just thought it would be not just beneficial, it's important for me to come out and speak out against those stereotypes that people in my community have been faced with. Just because we are of lower income or that people who need supportive housing doesn't mean that it would negatively impact the community around them. And it just means that we just need a little bit more help moving up in life. And that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your perspective. It's really powerful to hear your voice in this discussion. So thank you. Conseil Plante?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make sure I get your name right. Is it Keyshawn?
Yes, my name's Keyshawn, yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I don't have a question, and I always say it that I have the best residents who live in my ward, and you are a testament to that. So thank you so much for being here today, and I have tears in my eyes. Thank you so much. Merci.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today. Mary Huang is next. Mary Huang, are you there?
Okay. Good.
Okay, there you are.
And I'm having a little trouble turning on the camera on. I'm sorry, I logged into my laptop and I'm not seeing my camera at all.
Okay, you don't have to turn your camera on. You can go ahead and present if you like.
Okay, my apologies. I can see, okay. Anyway, so my name is Mary Huang. I am the president of Central Town Community Association, and I'm the co-chair of the Housing Affordability Working Group. I am also on the steering committee and treasurer of Ottawa Community Benefits Network, and I'm also on the task force to revitalize Ottawa downtown. Today, I'm here to speak both as an individual and as the president of Central Community Association in support of the acquisition of 1245 Kilburn Place. The City of Ottawa has declared a housing homelessness emergency in January 2020. And we have both the City of Ottawa's 10-year housing homelessness plan in 2020-2023 and the integrated transition housing strategy from this year. Everyone can see that the homelessness issue is getting much worse. over the last few years. I want to relate something from my personal experience. I have a conversation November 2021 with a young man in his 20s at the Esso gas station at Bank in Glasgow. He was in 4 different shelters for most of 2020, and he have chosen to live on the streets in 2021. And because it's not safe, and in his opinion, it wasn't safe. And I spoke with him. I gave him some food, and he said I was kind. These are a lot of people don't recognize the homeless as people, and they need the dignity and the safety of a supportive housing, which they can lock the room, so that stuff will not be stolen, that they will not be knifed, etc. So we had a HOG meeting back in January on rooming houses in January 2023, and some of the people I've speak to that have been have said in the streets or at the community garden behind me, which is that tent encampment, said they would prefer to live on the street, but we are a winter city. And essentially, that we're the city for 6 months a year, and that's not a safe, long-term, year-round solution for people who are homeless. The Kilbourne project is a unique opportunity that can address some of these Ottawa's need for supportive housing, with the ability to do some quick conversion for a number of units and potentially build more supportive housing, mixed housing, or even long-term cares, or whatever, even market housing if we want to. So it's a unique piece. It's a fairly significant piece of land that doesn't come on the market very often, and there's a lot of opportunity to do with it. There's a lot of high-end development coming up at Bank and Riverside, and this will bring a little mix of the community, and it's a perfect 15-minute neighborhood near transit, shopping, services, community, etc. So I don't understand why their own resident said it's not a good location, because they choose to live there. So yeah, they might have chose to live there for some reason. In Centertown, we have lots of supportive housing, such as Options Bytown, Youth Services Bureau, and the new John Howard Society at 500 Lisker. That's due to be occupied in the fall. I have toured a number of supportive housing projects through the CCOC tour last fall, and they're great. They're integrated in the community. They have supports on the premises, and a lot of them are integrated into wider community. I know there's some resistance even to the Indigenous Women's Shelter at 500 Lisker, and for some residents today, but a lot of the people in Centertown are supportive of that project. And we, the Centertown Community Association, are trying to gather donations to make up welcome kits for the incoming residents. We are taking our fair share. So I disagree with the speakers who said the rest of the city are not taking their fair share. We are, and probably more than our fair share, but I think it's needed, and I think it's necessary. So we strongly urge members of this committee and the council to support the acquisition to continue to support the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place, and to use it for supportive and mixed housing and some services. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go next to Laura May. Hi.
Hi, I'm here. Hi. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place for supportive housing. I moved to Ottawa in 2009 and have lived in 4 different neighborhoods. I've lived in Lowertown, New Edinburgh, Britannia, and Canada, and I'm here today to share my lived experience as a person who has lived in supportive housing, with the hope that it will help the committee to decide to support the purchase of this property. My experience with supportive housing happened over 30 years ago. I think it's really important to say this because I believe it shows the long-term impact that supportive housing can have on a person's life. I grew up in Toronto in what looked like a typical middle-class family. I never wanted for any material thing. I went to camp, I took art classes and ballet lessons, but I was also being abused by my parents. In 1989, remember I said this is more than 30 years ago, when I was 16 years old, I left my parents' home for my own safety. I thought I'd leave school for a few months and return in September. Little did I know that I would spend the next 10 years living a life of uncertainty and poverty. In the first 14 months on my own, I couch surfed and house sat, but it was all temporary. I did not realize it at the time, but I was experiencing homelessness. Living in poverty is hard. You constantly worry about whether you have enough food or money. I was a 16-year-old kid who was now trying to figure out how to live as an adult. I didn't know how much things cost, and I had no clue about all that is involved in running a household. You have to pay rent, utilities, public transit, food, phone, find change for the laundromat, and more. Plus, I was alone and dealing with the aftermath of the trauma I had experienced. I found a job as a cashier, a retail job as a cashier, and I worked full-time hours, earning minimum wage. And it was all that I was qualified to do with a grade 10 education. I'd earn enough to pay the rent and not much else. In March 1990, I was at work on a busy day. I looked up to see the next customer in line was the rector of my childhood church, with whom I had been very close, but had lost contact. He asked about what I had been doing, so I made arrangements to visit his office a few days later. When I filled him in on what had been happening in my life, he was shocked. The next thing that happened changed the direction of my life. The church had entered into a partnership with a women's shelter to build supportive housing in our community. The church owned the property, and the women's shelter would provide various supports to the people who lived there. The building was scheduled to open the following week, and there was one vacancy remaining. I was offered that vacancy, and I moved in 5 days later. The housing workers who worked in that women's shelter were a regular presence in my life for the next 8 years. They were the people who connected me with social services and other community services, such as the food bank. They also taught me life skills like how to make a budget. The first thing I did was apply for student welfare, now called Ontario Works. Then I registered in high school and resumed my education. I also began therapy to address the trauma of the abuse I had endured. Supportive housing provided me with the security that comes from having a safe and affordable place to live. Supportive housing is where I found a community among my neighbors. I began to plan for the future and started to move my life forward. During the time I lived in supportive housing, I graduated from high school and continued my education, earning a bachelor's and a master's degree. After I graduated from university, I found a permanent professional job that paid a salary that meant I was no longer eligible to live in supportive housing because I could afford to pay market value rent. What I think many people don't understand is that all of this takes time. People expect instant results and believe that there should be a time limit for how long people should be allowed to access social services. But nothing is a quick fix, especially complicated issues such as poverty, food insecurity, mental health supports, and access to housing. I did not fully understand the impact that leaving an abusive home would have on me. I didn't realize that I would spend the next 10 years living in poverty and another 12 years repaying student loans. It took 22 years to get to the other side of a situation that was entirely caused by the actions of others. I spent that time working hard in school and in therapy, worrying about having enough money to pay my bills, and then if I would ever find a job to repay the student loans. The life I live today is a direct result of accessing supportive housing, social assistance, student loan programs, therapy services, and food banks. I know firsthand that supportive housing works. However, it requires more than investing money. It requires investing in resources to support the people who live there and help them navigate the complicated systems in place that sometimes feel like a deliberate barrier to accessing support. The services I had access to 30 years ago have eroded and funding has been cut. However, the City of Ottawa has an amazing opportunity. If the Finance Committee approves the proposal to purchase 1245 Kilbourne Place, and I sincerely hope that it does, it will mean that the City of Ottawa is committing to invest both money and services into helping vulnerable people access the supports and services they need that will empower them to make decisions that will positively impact the direction of their lives. Thank you.
I'm sorry to, okay, good. You were just a little bit over time, but that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that very moving and touching story. And thank you for choosing to come and share it with us today. Councillor Troster.
Hi, here we go again. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you, Laura, for sharing your lived experience. I think it's really important. I'm just wondering if you could speak, because some of the concerns coming from the community are about concentration of services and concentration of people. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to the benefits or drawbacks of living with other people who are going through similar struggles and how that benefited your trajectory.
It was it had a huge impact on me. I mean, keep in mind, remember, or you don't remember, you don't know. I was 17 when I moved into this apartment, and I lived there until I was 25. And we were 15 women, and we had weekly meetings with, as a community, as a building, we talked out our problems. Everyone got to see everybody else's struggles. The majority of my neighbors and my friends, these people became family. They were in recovery from substance addiction. And this was a result of the trauma that they had endured. And that community, knowing that there was a safe place where you could go at the end of the day and close the door behind you and know that you were completely safe because you were surrounded by people who cared about you, it made all the difference.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Conseillère Plante.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. I just wanted to echo the mayor's comments, thanking you for coming today and delegating. I know we keep sort of coming back to this. We're only talking about the acquisition of the building and not supportive housing directly. But I do want to thank you again for coming today. It's really, really important that people hear stories such as yours. So merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I know that this is just about buying the land, but I know that there is potential here. And we hear about the people who don't want this in their community. We hear from the people who provide the services to those who need them. We don't hear often from people who have lived experience with these issues. It's not easy to talk about. And I am privileged to be able to talk now as a person who, I am now 50. I left when I was 25. These experiences color you and they impact how you see people that live around you. And I guess I'm glad I'm showing the emotion around it because it's important for people to know there's a way through and there's a way to the other side. You cannot do it alone. And it takes investment. And I know we talk about budget cuts and the city budget right now and everything that's going on, and everything is so expensive. But if we continue to not support our most vulnerable people, we will just continue to grow a class of vulnerable people.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for joining us today.
Thanks.
Next is Brad McKay. I don't see anybody online with that name. Let's move to John Reddens. Go ahead.
Hi again.
John.
Yeah, I'm on here. First of all, I just want to, like Scott mentioned, that he's been getting online threats. I've been getting online threats for going to transit commission meetings. The person violated my space when he showed up at work and took pictures of me, calling me a loser and a goof, and then later threatened me. Now with the presentation. First of all, We are on traditional territories of the Algonquin and Mohawk territories. One of your former city councilors told me I can be brutally honest sometimes. You have a chance to follow your policy to fight homelessness and affordable housing. Recently, I was a volunteer on a committee for the federal study building on Huron Road. I pushed for 30% affordability housing units of a 600 unit. Federal policy is 10%, but in the end, 20% is the recommendation on property. Recently, with the Kilbourne property was put on the agenda, an unnamed source started handing out too much vulnerable people are as a bad thing. Quote in the dark letters, it said, "There is nothing wrong with supportive housing, but there is everything wrong with concentrating too many vulnerable people in one place." I call that crap. There's my honest. We can look at Herongate. We have a former city councilor, Peter Hume. We have an interim leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, John Fraser. And now we have a couple of NFL football players all lived in the area. It is sad that we have to have the mentality that everything is good, but not in my area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Well, Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reddens. I'm just confirming that you are a resident of Alta Vista Ward 18 as well.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming out today and your support. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Next is Lou Dawudia on behalf of the Ottawa Mission.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. My name is Lujane, or Lou Dawudia, and first off, I want to mention that this is my first time speaking in front of council today. I'm here representing the Ottawa Mission, where I work, and I want to discuss the critical importance of the proposed supportive housing development at 1245 Kilbourne Place. I also want to thank those who have spoke before me in support and those who have shared their invaluable lived experience. Thank you very much for your contribution. As one of the fellow delegates mentioned beforehand, the current number of individuals on the supportive housing waiting list in our city is at a whopping 369. Each one of those 369 individuals on that waiting list represent a unique story and struggle. At the Mission, we see these stories unfold daily. Men, women, young adults, and seniors, people of all diverse genders and backgrounds, all of whom are facing varying adversities and yet thrive for one common goal: a home, a stable, affordable, and safe environment to live in. To truly comprehend the urgency and significance of this issue, I'd like to share the stories, one of the stories of our client that I met during my work, Michael. Michael first came to the Mission searching for a means to rebuild his life. Despite battling personal health challenges, Michael successfully graduated from the Mission's food services training program, securing him a full-time job. And so he began a hopeful new chapter in his life. Just a year or so after he began working, Michael was rent-evicted from his rental unit, a story that is far too familiar within our current housing climate. Today, Michael is forced to share a studio apartment with two other men due to the skyrocketing costs of rentals in our city. So just imagine three grown adults, each with their personal struggles and stories, forced into such cramped quarters because they simply cannot afford upwards of $2,000 per month for rent as an average one bedroom. This situation has unfortunately taken a toll on Michael's health, both mentally and physically, and exacerbating the challenges that he had once overcome. If we at the Mission and other service providers like us are providing the training, the support, and a pathway to personal progress, only to have individuals pushed back into unattainable living situations due to lack of affordable and supportive housing, how far are we truly advancing? As much as we strive to empower individuals by providing them with the tools and the skills necessary to lead independent and fulfilling lives, our hands remain tied when we commodify one of the most essential human needs. A right as fundamental as having a safe, decent place to live is one that we all deserve. And beyond just human stories, there's a fiscal narrative. As mentioned prior, study after study has shown that supportive housing saves communities money in the long run. Supportive housing is also a catalyst for employment, for education, for community contribution and culture. We aren't merely just housing individuals, we're fostering that community growth. And finally, I think it's important to address the misconceptions about supportive housing. So thanks again to delegates beforehand for clarifying the term supportive housing. Most beneficiaries are families and individuals who have been hit with unseen bumps in their life's journey, and it could be me, myself, tomorrow. It's disheartening to hear the stigmatizing language used against supportive housing projects and their existence in communities. It feels inappropriate to deny families their right to housing because we are worried about property values, even though property values have risen by around 35% in the last 8 years. New statistics from the Ottawa Real Estate Board show that the average sale price for a freehold property in July this year is up 5% from the July of last year. And I would also like to remind committee that for every 1 unit of affordable housing built in our city, 7 are lost due to practices like rent evictions and dem evictions. So in conclusion, we stand at a pivotal moment. The property at 1245 Kilbourne represents a beacon of hope that many are on the waiting list, and some of us that one day could be on the waiting list could really benefit from. So let's really prioritize compassion and understanding and the well-being of all citizens. So we urge the committee to see past the stigma and recognize the immeasurable value that this project can bring to our city. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Lou. Fantastic job on your debut delegation to Ottawa City Council. Do you know the property at 1405 Kilbourne?
I have come to learn more about it as I saw it as an opportunity for more affordable housing in our community.
And what do you think as to its suitability for the purpose to which we intend to buy it? Do you think it's a good place to put supportive housing and potential other corollary uses?
Mm-hmm. I would echo many of the same sentiments that some of the other delegates have presented. I think it's a really great location because it really allows us to provide the services that folks might need once they transition after coming and receiving our services here at the mission. And it's also one that is closer to things like transit, where people can be in an environment around them that not only has other folks who are understanding of the community, but they can also enrich the community that they're in through the participation in various community events and just cultural contributions in general. It's really, I view it as not only just a life-saving measure for a lot of the folks, but ultimately an enriching experience for all of us in the city to really rub shoulders with one another and understand what it's like, you know?
Well said. Thank you very much, Lou. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you again for your delegation today. Next is Jan Menigan.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Can everybody hear me?
I'm sorry, is it Jan?
It's Jan, yeah, thank you.
I apologize. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. So first of all, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the Finance and Corporate Service Committee about obviously the proposed acquisition of 1245 to 1247 Kilbourne Place. And I think we all agree that the supportive housing shortage is pressing and important. Initiatives are clearly needed in Ottawa. But I think it's really of critical importance that the solutions are viable. And that's true financially, as well as, of course, in an urban planning context to maximize the success. And I'd briefly like to address both points today. So with regards to the financially responsible planning, I think it's important to have planning security for informed recommendations. The former Diocesan Center building at 1245 Kilbourne Place was recently vacated due to asbestos in the air, plenums, I believe, according to a report commissioned by the Archdiocese in 2022. Another report, and that's the one to the current Finance and Corporate Service Committee today, and also to the Council, of course, on September 13th. That was submitted on August 1st by Peter Radke, the Director of the Corporate Real Estate Office, reports also that a review of the available reports provided by the owner indicates the presence of petroleum hydrocarbon or PHC contaminated soil. So therefore, the completion of soil remediation will be required as part of the redevelopment of the site. So to put it in context, as everybody knows, asbestos is essentially banned from use in Canada since 2018. It's carcinogenic and causes cancer. PHCs are soil contaminants. They consist of a wide range of organic compounds. They're often found in complex mixtures that can cause a wide variety of problems related to their toxicity, mobility, and persistence. That's why the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, has listed 16 of these PHCs as priority pollutants. So it's important that to note that current remediation strategies for dealing with these sites are physical-chemical methods. And so that involves things like excavation of the soil, followed by transport to off-site treatment facilities and hazardous waste disposal sites. And so these methods, although expedient, are typically energy-intensive and very, very costly. So because of these contaminants, the Archdiocese currently deems the site unsuitable for occupation. And so there's, in my opinion, a strong potential for the cost to expand beyond the allocated budget of $20 million. There's a real risk in investing what I understand to be the whole annual budget to improve the city's supportive housing situation into a single site. Of course, ethically and legally, the solution cannot be to house a vulnerable population in a contaminated building or on contaminated grounds. This means that the money, which could otherwise be used for acute action towards supportive housing in Alta Vista or elsewhere in the city, will need to be spent beforehand, with the potential of ballooning costs and significant delays, all at the expense of the population in urgent need of supportive housing right now. I was very pleased to learn that the Radke report includes the following condition, that the city has time to review and satisfy itself with a BCA, so a building condition audit. And in that regard, of course, a qualified consultant was retained to complete a BCA in order to provide options to housing services as to any future use of the improvement, mothball, demolition, renovation, and repair. The report will provide an estimate of the lifespan of the building's elements and systems and determine the repairs and renovations required in the short and long term. It will also provide an estimate for the costs for each of these options. And the same report states that the market value compensation was supported by both an internal city appraisal as well as a third-party independent appraisal. Both appraisal reports concluded that the highest and best use of the property was demolition of the existing buildings and redevelopment for residential uses. So in order to ensure the money is spent in a way that maximally and rapidly benefits people in need of supportive housing in the city, I'd like to propose that the environmental information pertaining to the building and the area for potential later phases of the project should necessarily be estimated more acutely to remedy for these remediations before recommending the purchase. Only then can we have an informed decision to maximize the outcome with regards to the supportive housing crisis. It's crucially important that both timeline and costs associated with environmental remediation do not occur at the expense of the population in urgent need of supportive high-quality housing right now. I also believe that it's important to foster true integration within communities. All stakeholders, including the local population of Alta Vista, the community asked to embrace long-lasting changes, deserve constructive discussion. I think the unfortunate lack of information made available to the population of Ottawa until very recently only has not been really helpful in this regard. I think we've heard already from many speakers today that there are quite polarized opinions in the media, like the Ottawa Citizen, for example. And so I think it is really, really important to also get the community on board, because ultimately what we're striving for in this potentially really, really useful project is, of course, to not only have the support, but ideally the active participation and involvement of the rooted community around this site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for making your delegation today. Just a couple of quick questions. I guess, first of all, do you live within the area that this proposed
I do, yes.
project? Oh, okay. I
What
also.
does O? Sorry, can I just ask what you mean by O?
Well, we usually call people, NIMBY if they don't want to help a society.
What's a NIMBY?
Not in my backyard. I assume that.
Oh no, no, you're misunderstanding. So I'm supportive of.
Oh, you are.
Yes.
Oh,
but I think
I didn't get that from the delegation. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I'm supportive of it, but I think it's really important that you don't necessarily put all the eggs in one basket. So if this cost explodes, is it really the best way to spend the money for the population? How long is it going to take to build and remedy this?
Well, and I think those are all things we can overcome. I mean, if we want to do this effectively, and again, I just want to reiterate, you agree we have a housing crisis in the city?
I think everybody does, and I think everybody should participate in these supportive housing activities. I think it's really important. I don't think anybody debates that. I think the question for the financial committee is it the best way to spend this money in this one location? So it's an annual budget. Is that correct that's designated for this?
So again, I want to go back to, I've been doing this shtick for 13 years now. Mm-hmm. And when I hear cleaning of lands as an excuse to stop housing that will support people, it grinds my gears.
It's not an excuse.
We don't debate here,
okay.
But I will say I had to make the comment because this is the problem we have as a city and we have to address it. But I appreciate you coming out and making a delegation today, sir.
I'm not opposed to it. I just think it needs to be well informed, and that requires time to make the right decisions. Right. That's my standpoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. That concludes our list of delegations. I'll note as well that there were, as I mentioned before, written submissions. So we'll open it up to questions, and also there are 2 directions that I'm aware of. So maybe we can introduce those now. Councillor Brockington, and then I believe Councillor Leeper has one as well. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. You may remember at the beginning I had asked a question about some of the conditions that staff would be needing to meet before this agreement closed, and working with staff with their approval and of the ward councillor, Councillor Carr, I have the following direction. Which I'll read now. So as part of the due diligence process regarding the acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne Place, the director of CREO be directed to report back to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee and the local councillor if any major issues of concern are raised as part of the 1, the building condition audit, 2, phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, and 3, the title transfer free and clear of any encumbrances. So committee will get a report should there be any major issues on any of these 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper, you have a direction as well.
Thanks. So this is on behalf of Councillor Carr. The report does note that once purchased, the property would be developed, and there's going to be a need to determine exactly what to do with it. So the direction that she's asking staff to take through me is that staff work with the ward councillor and partners in the housing and homelessness sector to design a comprehensive consultation process to inform the additional housing and services to be developed over the long term of the site. 2, that staff ensure that the consultation process include opportunities for input from neighboring residents, housing, homelessness, and social service sector partners, city departments, and potential clients to be served at the site. 3, if committee and council approve the purchase and the sale is finalized, that a project page on engage.ottawa be established to provide updates on the project discussions, as well as list the opportunities for providing input into the long-term use and development of the site. 4, that a report summarizing feedback and input from the consultation process be developed and made available publicly. So I guess I would ask if staff are willing to take that direction.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you. I may have more questions, but just one sort of off the hop. Do we know what the going rate, or the going value of land for an acre in Alta Vista is currently?
I don't, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that off the top of my head. I could go back and look at the appraisals for that. I can tell you that the purchase price is within the range of both appraisals that were done.
Okay. Yeah, I was more wondering if it was like if we were getting a good deal based on other parcels in the area that have sold, but maybe I can get that.
Mr. Mayor, the appraisals do include comparables. It's a direct comparison approach. So when the appraiser comes up with the range, it's based on comparable sales. So we are looking at 5 recent comparable sales.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the chance to speak. I just wanted to acknowledge the direction that Councillor Leeper presented on my behalf, and to provide assurances that there will be robust consultation with the community and all partners on this going forward. It's something that I will insist upon and work very closely with staff on. Over the last few weeks, people were obviously concerned to hear about the purchase, and I think it's really important. I think it was well explained today that the real estate policy simply doesn't, it's not something that we consult externally on based on the policy. So I know that people in the neighborhood were certainly surprised. I'll also mention that my fellow councillors were also surprised. They also did not know about this acquisition, and that's something that even when I told people in the community that they were surprised about it. It's just the nature of the transaction that most people didn't know about that. But I just wanted to really thank staff as well for all their work on this. It's a tremendous opportunity for the community, and I know that we'll have lots of people engaged in the process as we work through this over the next few years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have questions, but if it's okay with you, I'll just do a quick wrap up. In saying that first of all, I want to applaud Councillor Carr. This is your first term, and to be brave and bold and make these moves is good news. I drove by a motel in my neighborhood that has kids playing in the parking lot. It's not a community. It's not the way people should be living. And to be able to provide permanent housing is critical to be able to meet the needs of making sure kids are educated, making sure that they're getting their nutrition. There's just a lot going on. You've seen what I've been doing with Aerosmith, trying to get the food cupboard and Indigenous seniors housing project built on city lands. And unfortunately, and I know Councillor King's here and Councillor Plante, they've heard me wax on about this for several years. And for some reason, we can't get the federal government to get it across the goal line to help us on the funding perspective, something I'll continually fight for. Even on an FCM call today, I actually brought it up yet again, and that's no fault of the MP for the area of Mona Forche. It's just a bureaucratic challenge. So I'm very impressed with what you've done here. You should be proud of what you've done for your community. And you have my full support, obviously, on trying to make life more livable for people in Ottawa. That's all I have today, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question to staff. So you had mentioned that following today's decision, you're continuing to do your due diligence. That includes the various assessments. As you go through the process, will there be a point where the amount that we are approving today could be less based on your findings, whether that's through the building audit or the environmental assessments? Is there an opportunity it could be a lesser amount?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest everything's up for negotiation during the due diligence period. And so from a staff perspective, we would certainly discuss any issues with the seller.
Okay. Because I just know, as you said, you're in the midst of that. You're going to be looking at the structure itself, the property, and acquiring that. And I'm always keen, as you know, to see if we can get the best deal with our dollars for sure. I wanted to know in terms of timelines. I'm very much supportive of the directions that are before us. I'm very happy that Councillor Carr is fully committed, as we know she would be, to a robust public consultation. If staff could just outline if there's a timeline in terms of the acquisition? You said January is the time that you have to fulfill that aspect. How long could a purchase of this nature take? What are we looking at in terms of milestones?
Mr. Mayor, so as we've discussed, we're in due diligence period right now. We have until January 2024 to make ourselves comfortable through this due diligence. Once that date hits, we then have 60 days to close. Not to say that if we finish the due diligence early and we're comfortable that we couldn't close earlier, but it would be 60 day at the outset. It'd be 60 days from when due diligence ends that we would close.
And then after the closure, what would be the next steps after that process?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And after we take possession, we would be working again with our internal partners departmentally and with our community partners and draft a long-term plan that would include a robust consultation process with the community and with all stakeholders to map out a plan on how to develop the site.
Okay, so for my clarity, and this is helpful. None of this is being done with a snap of a finger. It's not like shovels will be in the ground tomorrow. There is not only, in addition to the acquisition portion of this, the due diligence, and then if the land is acquired, the process in that, there is then, in addition, the fulsome public consultation piece. So for the community that is directly adjacent to this and those who are interested, the stakeholders, this is a longer term investment commitment, not only into this property, but into involving the community in this process. Is that what I'm understanding from this?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And just one more piece of clarity. And one of our delegations mentioned they were speaking to the fact of this particular property. But I know as part of the city's integrated transition to housing commitment and our housing commitment in general, the city is constantly looking for properties and different partnerships in all areas of our city. And this is not the only one. This is one of many that are always being considered. And the city is constantly looking for opportunities to increase our portfolio and our partnerships for more housing for our community. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your answers. And I wanted to compliment Councillor Carr. I know that this is a difficult situation when you're in the midst of this and trying to work with the community. And I have to say she's doing a phenomenal job handling this. And I'm sure she will have a robust public consultation going forward where the community will have an opportunity to have their say. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. This is a great opportunity, and clearly there's a motivated seller here who wants to leave a legacy in the city. They could sell to any number of parties for significantly more money, but they've chosen to work with the city, and that's to their credit. But let's take a look at the worst case. I want to understand what is the worst that could happen. Let's say that this land is unmitigatable. It's prohibitively expensive to try to build on it for some reason that we cannot think of today. The building cannot be renovated. It's prohibitively expensive to do. The bottom falls out of operating agreements between the province and our agency partners, our not-for-profit partners. We just can't move ahead with this. Would it be fair, and I'm gut checking myself here, to assume that this land is going to continue to appreciate in value? It's obviously a very good location. I'm assuming it's going to continue to appreciate in value. If we can't do what we want to do with the land, we should be able to sell it, pocket the profits, and have even more money available for some sort of housing initiatives elsewhere. Is that fair to say, or am I wrong in thinking that?
Mr. Mayor, investing in land is always a good thing. But I would point out that with the direction we have, I mean, we'll know if there's any major roadblocks before we close also. So if we do have a major issue that we have to come back before committee and council, then staff will then be seeking direction. Do you still want to go forward, given this major hurdle we have to overcome on the land? So
we'll still be making assumptions at that point, though. We'll be taking calculated risks, presumably. And if everything goes south, once we've closed, I just want to know that there's an out for the city that is responsible stewardship of the taxpayer dollar.
Mr. Mayor, I can't guarantee what the market will hold, but again, land is usually a pretty good investment, especially in that location.
I have more than enough information to take that calculated risk today. The value of that property is not going down. But I also want to nudge staff. I've nudged the mayor. I know the mayor agrees that we also want to get moving on getting those consultations done and using this land for the purpose for which we'd be acquiring it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. I'll just quickly add a comment that I want to thank staff, first of all, for bringing this opportunity forward, because I think it is a huge opportunity, and this is exactly the kind of thinking and the kind of action that we need in order to tackle an issue like this one. So I'm grateful to staff for their initiative on this and their leadership. This really gives us options. It gives us a lot of very good options, and we'll be discussing those options with the community and consulting with them before we move forward. But it sets us up to have a lot of opportunity to tackle a pervasive problem and a chronic problem in our community. And I also want to thank Councillor Carr for her leadership and collaboration on this. We together wrote an article that was published in The Citizen on this topic. And I think Councillor Carr has shown great leadership in looking at the bigger picture here and the opportunity that this presents for our entire community to move forward with some pretty exciting potential solutions. So with that, is the motion carried? Okay, thank you. Let's move to item, and thank you, Peter. Thank you, Paul. Okay, let's move to item 5.8 then, declaration of surplus land for 2 Pretty Street and transfer to Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. And Councillor Gower, I think you had a question on that.
I do. Comments and question and a direction to staff as well. I wanted to raise this because this is a old building from the era of the Goulburn Township, built around 1960. I don't know the whole history of this building, but a lot of the community facilities back then were fundraised and built as a result, direct result of the community. People who literally did walkathons and rolled up their sleeves and put the concrete bricks into the building. So anytime we have disposal of a property, redevelopment of a property relating to Goulburn, I always treat it with a lot of sensitivity and caution. And I also appreciate staff. I know they're well aware of this and have been helpful through this process. And this building has been used as a daycare, countless community meetings, most recently the Stittsville Goulburn Horticultural Society, the local guides, many city rec programs. So a lot of people have used this building over the years. It's important to the community. So because this is a small piece of land, so 1/3 of an acre, but because it is currently zoned as community and leisure facility zone, it falls outside of the city's affordable land funding policy that would automatically direct net proceeds to affordable housing. But I just want to get an assurance from staff that despite that policy, there is still an intention to pursue an affordable housing element through the sale and future development of this property. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The intent when it gets transferred to the Ottawa Lands Community Development Corporation would be when we go to market the property, we will require affordable housing within the development.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing that I know is important to the community is this is part of a broader plan to reinvest in community facilities. Specifically, we have a property at 1631 Stittsville Main Street that's currently home to the Stittsville Food Bank. And the vision or the idea for this property is that it is also nearing the end of its lifespan and similar vintage to the Pretty Street Community Association. The vision here is to do some kind of a renovation or redevelopment very early in those discussions, but it would be a permanent home to the food bank, perhaps some community meeting rooms, community facilities, and perhaps even affordable housing in that redevelopment. So I have a direction for staff, and it's to direct staff to commence capital planning for the Parks and Recreation Reserve Fund commencing in 2028, and to include consideration for renovation or replacement of the community facility located at 1631 Stittsville Main Street. So it's still a few years away, but I wanted to formally make sure we begin that process. So hoping staff will agree to that direction.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff are agreeable to that direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gower. Is the motion carried? All right, there are no in-camera items or notices of motion. Are there any inquiries? Any other business? Okay, motion to adjourn on adjournment. Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci.